Namakto. 1, 2, 3. Atawak makalok pingahot. Namakto. Good morning. I didn't see you there. Good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah. Black. Black. Bonjour. Black.
Good morning, everyone. We seem to have a hum in the system, so we're going to take a few minutes to get rid of the hum. So you can keep out your coffee and your snacks for about 5 minutes. Thanks.
Bypass that if we need to. Can you just try your headset? I'm just going to talk and see if... Hello, hello, hello. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
For Good morning, everyone. As you can tell, the hum has stopped. Hopefully it stays stopped. And we'll get started.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Matawag maglok.
We'll get started with some housekeeping, and then I'll ask the Rankin Inlet delegates to go to the presentation table afterwards. And while you're getting seated, I'll have a few comments, just gentle reminders for the day. Thanks. Please, Sharon.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to day 3 of our public hearings here in Rankin Inlet for the Kivalliq region. I would like to say good morning to our chairperson, Andrew Nakashuk, who is watching and on the road to recovery and anxious to get back in person with us. So good morning, Andrew. For those that are new to the proceedings today, the emergency exits, I will just review over here on this side of the hall and through the exit that you entered in. The bathrooms are in the front. The snacks, coffee, tea, water, please help yourself, is at the back of the room. And we are a little bit ahead of schedule, which is unheard of, but that's good. So we're going to continue on today, and we've had a couple of requests to switch some of the presenters around, so we'll accommodate as best as we can. And again, for the community representatives, if there's anything that you need, please let us know, and we'll see what we can do to support whatever it is that you need. With that, Mr. Chair, again, cell phones on mute, please, and be respectful when the presenters are presenting, and the question format will follow the same as we have for the last couple days. So welcome, and we're looking forward to another productive day. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. So I'd ask the Rankin Inlet delegates to make their way to the presentation table. And while you're doing that, I'll just go through my list of reminders. When you speak, please be close to the mic so we get the full voice. Speak slowly so the interpreters are able to do their jobs. And we thank them because it is an incredibly tough job. So thank you very much for what you do. Please don't use acronyms, use the full name. It helps with the interpretation. And I will just repeat Sharon's comment. It has been nice not having to hear phones going off. And I just want to say thank you, and please keep it that way. We ask that masks be used as much as possible. And we will use the same process of Nunavut Planning Commission staff asking questions, then the community delegates, then registered participants, then members of the public. And the last point is that when you speak, start with your name and the organization that you represent, which helps with the transcribing of these proceedings. So we will start with Rankin Inlet delegates. Who's going first? Okay. Martha? Thank you.
Good morning. I'll read my notes in English. Firstly, I want to say that I grew up on the land with my parents. We traveled by dog team, lived in igloos and tupiks, and survived on the land with what my parents caught, and it was a good life. And I wanted to share that with all of you. So I'll start with my notes. Firstly, thank you to Nunavut Planning Commission for the hearings here in Rankin Inlet. Listening to delegates around the table from Kivalliq communities, we heard heartfelt, strong messages, comments, especially from our youth delegates. We need to keep encouraging them to keep voicing their concerns and never give up.
Thank you. Thank you, young
Secondly,
people.
we are encouraging development at the same time, protect the land, water, and animals. We know mining will be ongoing, then train Inuit to take part in upper management positions. Either way, Nunavut leadership has to control what goes on in the development of Nunavut. We can have people in shadowing positions in mines, inspecting activities, and so on. Have employees follow and observe closely. Another employee performing the role. This type of learning is usually used to onboard new employees into an organization or into a new role. We can make rules, but have to make sure they are followed. Our young people need to be taught how to hunt and prepare their catch the proper way. The hunters and trappers in each community requires more funding to do these kinds of cultural and traditional skills. If we want our youth to survive and learn these, let's do something for them. I am sure the hunters and trappers would be more than willing if given more funds to do programs. I would encourage organizations such as Nunavut Tungavik Incorporated, Kivalliq Inuit Associations, along with mining companies to work with them. There is ways around these things to fall into place. Work with hunters and trappers. If we have other alternatives, use them. Inform the public. There are ways to go out and promote the communities. We heard around the tables the limited work and not enough is being done. And our community in Rankin. Our community is a very busy place and it's growing every year with multiple projects ongoing. Our waste site or dump is overflowing. The Works Department has been working on it so it doesn't get out of place. As you can see, we have old vehicles piling high and reaching the town, plus old appliances. The hamlet has been trying to work with out-of-town businesses to no avail. and the COVID ended one promising project too. So we encourage anyone that can help us with this ongoing problem. It's unhealthy for the environment and should be cleaned up. The proposed runway at Meladine Gold Mines is another topic. This project would have to go to public hearing before anything is dealt with. The proposed site is on the path where the caribou migrate in the summer. The community of Rankin Inlet would have to be involved. And also the proposed wind turbines at the mine would be another issue to be tabled at the hearings too. Keep us posted on these projects. Listening to delegates with their concerns, our leaders, our organizations need to come up with plans to assist these communities with their issues, concerns. Hire extra workers to work with these communities so that some items not being addressed can be dealt with. Something has to happen. Things have been left too long and nothing is going on. We're not in the 1960s anymore. We have modern technology to work with the public, inform communities. What we heard from delegates, they need to be heard now. Kuya Nami.
Thank you, Martha. Who's next? Please state your name and organization you're representing. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Lynn Rudd, counselor for the hamlet of Rankin Inlet. Welcome to Rankin, the board of directors, everybody here in this community hall. Welcome to beautiful Rankin. I have a few things I'd like to speak to. One of them is the limited land use plan within the municipal boundaries. This should be released to the municipalities so that they can deal with it and handle it as they wish. If that's not done, the future councilors of the municipalities will have their hands tied. Another thing is contamination. There is a lot of contamination within Rankin, where the old nickel mine was.
Lynn, could you please move the mic closer just so that we can hear you better? Thank you.
Okay. The old nickel mine has a lot of contamination, and I do believe that it contributes to a lot of cancer that happens. I'll go with my family, with my mom. My mother, her two parents, 3 of her brothers, and my daughter all died from cancer. Was that something that was avoidable? I don't know. But that contamination has to be dealt with once and for all. It's been remediated, yes. It was never reassessed. It's never been assessed. And that should be dealt with once and for all so that the health and well-being of the people in Rankin Inlet is looked after in the future. Other contamination have been happening, like the 330,000 liters of waste that happened just recently. As well as in 2020, there was 18,400 liters of diesel that went into the sewer system and went into our water, quarter mile away from town. Like, it was never properly cleaned up. Who answers for that? Government of Nunavut should be able to say, yes, these spills happened, and these are the things that we're going to do for the community and for the territory. Because it's not just Rankin Inlet that's going to be affected. Out there, diesel is running free. For how long? That's all I had to say for today.
Thank you for your presentation. Move to this side of the table. Please state your name and the organization, and keep the mic close. Thanks.
Good morning.
My name's Andre Oko with the Hunters and Trappers Organization. Manager, I'll be speaking on behalf of the board. Thanks to all the Hunters and Trappers organizations that came up, and also all the committee. The Hunters and Trappers organization supports the plan of protecting our wildlife, especially the protection of the cabin grounds. Some of these to the west of us, which are hard to access, which is a good thing. Around Rankin, there are some cabin grounds to protect, like near Peter Lake, which are used by some smaller herds, not like the big herds in July. Our hunting area needs a bit more consideration. We noticed changes due to the all-weather access road and the traffic. Right now is a good example where the plan for Melody Mine doesn't work. A lot of our hunters are out right now for the fall hunt, and we will be lucky to see groups of 10. And the mine will not stop until they see 50 or more, forcing us further and further away on rough terrain. And during the winter times, our elders have to travel into other communities to hunt caribou, and that's not right. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. No? Okay. We'll start with questions from Nunavut Planning Commission staff. Please go ahead, Jonathan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. This is Jonathan Savoy from the Nunavut Planning Commission. Thank you to the representatives from Rankin Inlet for your presentation. The 2021 Draft Nunavut Land Use Plan identifies a proposed corridor for the Kivalliq to Manitoba linear infrastructure, including the possibility of developing in the future all-weather roads, power transmission, fiber optic lines, and things like that. Does your community have any feedback on whether it's appropriate to include this as a permitted use in the draft plan? Thank you.
Thank you for the question.
Martha Hicks, Hamlet of Rankin Inlet. We've talked about it in council, but we haven't heard more lately, so I can't really answer you that question. Thank you.
Thank you, and I do also want to take a moment to remind everyone that as we have these questions, there doesn't have to be a definitive response at the table. There can be a follow-up later, because not every question can be answered off the top of your head. So just wanted to reassure everyone that I don't know right now is just as good an answer when you're sitting at the table as anything else. Further questions? No? Okay. Questions from the community delegates? I don't see any hands going up, so I will go back to the registered participants. Any questions from the registered participants? No one standing up and going to the mic. Any questions from public members? No questions from public members. Thank you very much for your presentation, and we will move on to Whale Cove. Whale Cove individuals, is everybody going to the table or? Okay. Thank you. May I see who's going to speak first? Okay, we'll start with Percy. Don't forget to say your name and your organization for the record. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Oblakot. Pero sa kablo na hamnet ko may
Sa kabila Mayor of Whale Cove,
taman na
the proceedings that we're gathering for, I'm quite familiar with it. Our concerns from the community of Whale Cove, our drinking water is big concern, gravel, lack of gravel, and cemetery in our community due to land all being rock within municipal boundaries. Our drinking water system and gravel and the garbage is becoming an issue in our community. These are our major concerns as a Hamlet councillors, and we will answer questions. Thank you for now.
Thank you. Who's next? Okay, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Simon Inopik, Whale Cove Hunters and Trappers Organization. We have concerns, and it's been discussed. This is the cabin ground. It should be really off limits to everybody and the Caribou freshwater crossing. And we will support 10 kilometers either way, a buffer zone. And it should be as is, as planned for now. We used to have a lot of caribou herd coming through our community. And this summer, there were hardly any. They're not in areas where they used to gather and migrate. Herds, 3 or 4 herds. We are affected by lack of caribou. Just imagine, Nauyak gave a good presentation of one vessel coming into their vicinity unannounced. This is also a problem. They're coming in so close to the shores now. And the other vessels are anchoring in areas they never used to have. So when the ice goes, we used to have a lot of mammals. There are hardly any more, and they just came in last week, a couple weeks ago. And muskox. We were told that they are coming into the community, and they are starting to be put in our region. We are in full support of what you're doing as in the land planning process. But there are concerns as well if this plan is to go through. What about the economy? There are no concerns how economy will emerge in the future days to high school graduates, university graduates. Their home have nothing to do. Why? And we have not heard with these helicopters exploring within our areas. They just arrive, come in. Hamlets, hunters and trappers are not notified. They're busy with exploration. Kiwalakanuit Association of Nabutungabi Incorporated. Why are you silent? We're your subjects and you should be informing us. They disturb the caribou herd and other wildlife. They fly low. Last week, as I was out hunting, I saw a helicopter flying so low, under 500 feet. Why? I was never told. These things are never explained to us. Why are the community or the regional organization working in dark? No information is giving out. We need to understand, I need to understand as I sit here and talk to you about the planning process. There are many things we don't like what's going on out there, and there is no information given to us. Because of that, I will support your proceedings. We have a lot of concerns. As Kiwitan people, we are all affected by lack of wildlife in this region. Sometimes we have no money to buy food. Sometimes our children are hungry. We just sit there and not bother anybody, not inform anybody. Caribou is our food, whale, seals, char. So how can people from this region, sitting on the table, should you ask for information given to you as well with aircraft exploration flying so low and all over the place? Why is that? we all say we're in strong support of our Nunavut, and it's pristine in many areas, but it won't be the case too long. Baker Lake has started developments in their vicinity 12 years ago. Baker Lake really knows how much effect and damages it could cause. Talk to them. They have handled this problem firsthand. And these are my concerns. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for your presentation. We'll move down the table. Who would like to go next?
Lloyd Boise. I have really never attended a proceeding of this magnitude. I'm just a little baffled right now. All your concerns in your communities are very important as you spoke about them. So how will we solve all these issues that were brought up around the table? Today we are so busy. We have many concerns, and the problems, solving the problems is not there at a lot of times, but we still progress. The wildlife that they have spoke about, what we've heard. And avian flu is a big concern as well with waterfowl. And this is what I've heard from wildlife officers. I've heard as well that the fish is having problem. This past summer, I caught 2 fish, 2 chars. We could not eat them. They appears to be filled with tumors. On the flesh there were red spots that could not be eaten. What caused this? Is it a new disease emerging in fish? Well, caribou, seals, whales, and other mammals, our food source, appears to be contaminated one way or the other, and there appears to be no solution in the near future. It's puzzling how we could look at these and what the solution would be to healthy mammals. I think we're on the verge of not being able to harvest wildlife too long. Perhaps processed food. Would they be contaminated as well? I have many concerns. A lot of things bother me. And to me and to many of us, exploration are bothersome. We don't get sea lifts anymore. Shipping companies are so busy with priorities with big companies. We only have a sea lift late in the season, and that's not convenient to us. And the building season is becoming very late in Whale Cove. There's a man who was building a garage, and due to lack of deliveries, eventually his supplies were gone. Could it be the sitting government? We were told we're receiving a fire hall. We're still waiting after 3 years because cargo vessels are not coming in. We eventually will have one in October, delivering necessary items and building supplies. When NTCL was a cargo shipping this company, they arrived so early, and companies' buildings could be put up on time. So the service is deteriorating. And another concern I have, the ptarmigans were plentiful when I was a youngster. That was our main food on spring, coming in from southern regions going up, and they hung around through summer and fall. They were our prime source of food. And all the islands around us have a lot of eggs coming in from the ptarmigans. So everywhere we travel, they were ready source of readily available food. Now there are none. Once in a while now, when they migrate south, there are so few. Spring coming up north, come through, but so few. They are not in their traditional grounds anymore. And we are in a harder situation when we lack wildlife. Everywhere in the world there is farming. They grow food, and the food is available. We don't have that luxury up here. Perhaps we should demand more protection. Waterfowl, other birds like ptarmigan, they're healthy food, and this is what I miss most. Should we become farmers? Should we raise ptarmigans? I have many thoughts and concerns that are not just becoming a reality, but it appears that the exploration and the mining companies have nothing with our community. There's so few employed to this industry. Huge profits are made, and it's not being passed on to small community. Minimum wages are other source of problem. There's not enough money made for these working out in the exploration camp. When you send out your oars and your goal, it's gone forever. It's gone from our land, and a lot of mess too is left behind. I was around here when a mine in this community started, and we had a lot of sea mammals, seals, and other mammals. When this mine operated, everything seemed to have gone. The land we call Pangnakto, 15 miles southwest of here, 10 miles perhaps. You could hear the diesel power plant from far away. The snow around us was blackish due to the smoke. I have gone through that, the contamination. And I think they say the mining has improved its cleanliness and other environmental concerns. Many old camps, the exploration camps, have not been remediated. To me, this is absolutely nonsense. I will not support any form of mining. The huge profit is coming out of the territory, maybe even from the country. But they leave us a lot of junk the mess behind. They go when it's gone. You will never see them again. They took it, they're gone, but left everything behind. I used to say, when Inuit were getting into education system, being taught how to do exploration, I thought, they would give them a chance and do their own work within this industry. It hasn't materialized. I've never heard it being done. Nothing really came out of it. In Well Cove, they do drilling for samples around us. They have done that for many seasons. I don't know who the company sold, acquired by another company. Eventually, it's now a Russian company and has stood still because of the European conflict in Ukraine. So Russian companies are gone. This is no good to the community people. It's not what I like to say. So few Inuit are working in from the community with maybe a minimum wages. And we are never asked. We are not masters of our region, our environment. Perhaps Ottawa have a complete control. They override what is decided with organizations in Nunavut. And the new animals, waterfalls are starting to come in, and others who were inhabitants of this land long ago are starting to disappear. When we talk about caribou herd, it's not a big herd to us. Long ago, when we were traveling in dog teams, and today you can get out to the few caribou herd in very short time now with mechanized travel. And perhaps that could be one of the problems for herds depleting. And our lifestyle, long ago, we shared. Now, a trade in wildlife is rampant. Too much of that is going on. This is not Inuit way of life. It was never allowed. I can speak on and on and on of my problems, but if I do that, it's going to fall into what? I'm not even sure if I could be of any help to the proceedings. This is my land. I grew up here in Well Cove area. Too many policies. They contradict what we were taught. We looked after ourselves. We looked after our animals. When waterfowls are laying eggs, we stop shooting caribou. When eggs have been there for a while, we don't pick them up only when they were fresh. Now the wildlife officers are in complete control, not knowing what they're doing sometimes. It will be going on and on and on. We are in changing times with few problem solutions in evidence, nothing really happening. Perhaps our children today will be able to adopt. In my youth, we were cared for and taught and that's not in evidence today. They are growing up in schools. The language teaching is at the minimum. There are some Inuit teachers here at the schools are not being taught. Inuit culture, Inuit IQ will never be fully taught at the school. If we are talking about Inuit IQ, let the parents do the teaching. From our mothers and fathers, our grandfathers, our uncles, they were our teachers. It's not the case today. I am even baffled how I'm able to make any contributions to this. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. And I'd just like to take a moment to re-emphasize that all voices matter. All presentations matter. And we just want to thank you for your presentations. Do we have one more speaker? No? Okay, we will move to the questions part, and we will start with the Nunavut Planning Commission staff, and they do have a question. Please go ahead, Jonathan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. This is Jonathan Savoy from the Nunavut Planning Commission. Thank you to the representatives from Whale Cove for your presentation. It's greatly appreciated. During your comments, you identified a particular concern about not being aware of activities that are occurring on the land. You gave a recent example of a low-flying helicopter that you encountered and were not aware of its purpose or anything about those given activities. I'm just curious if you're aware of section 6.3.2 of the draft land use plan that requires a simple annual report by all project proponents to be submitted to the Nunavut Planning Commission, because currently it's very difficult for anyone to be aware of all of the different activities that are occurring in the territory. And the Nunavut Planning Commission is uniquely situated at the front of the regulatory system and does see all project proposals. So we don't need a response now by any means, but I just draw to your attention and draw to all participants' attention the fact that this plan requirement for a simple annual report being submitted to the Commission could assist the Nunavut Planning Commission in providing information to communities as to all of the activities that are occurring at a given time. So we'd be curious to hear from you. Again, it doesn't have to be now, and from all participants as to whether this approach is appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Simon Inopik. I'm the Hunters and Trappers Whale Cove. Thank you for the question on the section that you just quoted. I will not be able to answer your question right now, but I will keep in mind a written submission.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you for that answer. Okay, Nunavut Planning Commission staff do not have any more questions. So I'll open it up to the community delegates. And I will scan down the tables looking for hands. Okay. Martha and Alex. Okay. We'll start with Martha. Please go ahead and ask your question. State your name and organization too, please. Thanks.
Kuya nami iksibata apikotia persi kablo namo
This question is to Percy Kablunak. You were concerned about your water supply, and there was a plan to create a new water source with cleaning facilities.
Thank you for the question. Please go ahead, Percy.
Thank you, Chairperson Kablunak Hamlet, Mayor. Thank you, Martha, for your question. Eventually, I think it will arrive. Purification instrument to Wilco. This water is have no watershed.
Thank you for the answer. Okay, over to Alex now. Please go ahead, Alex, once you get the mic. Thanks.
Thank you, Alex Isaluk, Hunters and Trappers Organization. It's not a question. I just respond in general to Mr. Voice's comment. Your concerns are well taken. I respect your concerns. You're a very good comment, Louis. I don't have a question. Thank you.
Thank you for that comment. Any other questions? One more time around the table. I don't see any hands. Questions from registered participants? I see no movement. Questions from public members? I see no movement. We have one housekeeping item, and Sharon will let you know, and then we will take a quick break, and then we will hear from a public member who would like to speak. Sharon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just before we go to break, we've had a request from one of the elders here. His name's Andy, who is going fishing and would like to know if anybody's interested in getting any fresh char. He will be at the back of the hall at break if you can let him know. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Sharon. So we will take a break. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Game na at ako kami yung my sugar, Jonathan. Igit sugar otik yung I need a sugar.
Okay, we're back at it. And I was reminded that every once in a while I need to remind people who I am. So it's Sean Lester, Vice Chair, Acting Chair. We have made it through the community presentations, and next on the agenda is open to public members. And we have a public member who has requested time to make a presentation. So Bernadette, come to the table. And once you're settled, you have the mic. Please state your full name, and it's your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I have prepared a short presentation. I would have thought I'd be scheduled on Friday, but we're a little ahead. Bernadette Dean. I have 3 traditional names: Makosak, Kabiayak, Kasakluk. My parents, my father, Paniok, was my father. Mother is Tuwalik. My father was adopted, Makik Nanoak, and my mother's parents, Tommy Okpaktuk Bruce, and her mother was Kabangat. This is a way of Inuit when they want to identify themselves to a certain group. We normally notify people, our parents, and you are then identified of whom, where you belong to. We are from traditionally Nauyak area. They're my forefathers.
Speaking this early. I've been scanning through about 3 weeks ago or more when the Kibardak Inuit Association had a community consultation. I wanted to get a copy of the draft land use plan, and I was told you can go to the website and download it. But when you have limited access to the internet, and at this point, my printer is still sitting at the cargo office in Ottawa. So, but I have more questions then, but maybe I'll make some comments as well regarding the Nunavut Land Use Plan. One of the most stressing to me is identifying historic and heritage sites. I don't know if that is, if anyone has, in your consultations since the Nunavut Planning Commission started in 1993, and your mandate of, I'll repeat it, is responsible for the development, implementation, and monitoring of land use plans for resource use and development in the Nunavut settlement area. I know one particular area that is of interest to me to be designated as a historic or heritage site, and that is the place we call Akauna, and in English it's called Duke of York Bay on northern Southampton Island. I might be wrong, but I think the delegates from Nauyat mentioned that that area of water needs protection. And all these terms of limited use or seasonal use are kind of new to me. By the way, I will be submitting a written statement before your January 10, 2023 deadline. The area, and not just that area, but other areas all over Nunavut, have so many untold stories of our ancestors' history. Because we come from a very strong, rich oral culture and oral traditions and storytelling. The area of Duke of York Bay on Southampton Island is of great importance to me. Sorry. It is a place of tragedy and determination. It is a story of two women, or not, just one woman and her two young children. My grandmother, the biological grandmother, my biological grandmother on my father's side, we learned that my grandfather, Nang Malik Sukuluk, died when he was hunting in the flow edge. And so she became a widow with two of her young children. My late uncle Prime Ukalit, who was from Welko, and my late aunt Marie Nakdar, who lived here and who became my teacher in so many ways regarding traditional skin sewing and preparation. We learned from the Hudson's Bay archives, where all the Hudson Bay Post journals are kept from the time the trading post was created in each of the communities. We learned that in December 26, 1929, my grandfather, Nang Malik Sukuluk, died. Or it was at that time reported to the Hudson's Bay manager. So my father would have been 9 years old, but he was adopted by Makik and Nanoa. and at a time where there was no cloth diapers or infant formula. Eva and I had a little chat that her father or grandfather was brought up to as an adopted infant to where his adopted mom did not have breast milk. Like my father was grew up as an infant. He was fed broth and he was fed fresh kidneys from caribou and seals. And my father lived to be almost 94 years old, and he died here about 2014. And it is the love and the wisdom that our ancestors had. To the newcomers to this land, it has been described as barren lands. When you read in English, they call it the barren lands because there's no trees. But they call it barren because they did not have the knowledge and the skill on how to survive off the land. And I'm so proud of our ancestors and their determination to live, and the deep respect and connection they had with the land that many of us still have. Respect and connection. And our ancestors planned too. Like at this time of the year, they would be harvesting caribou so that they would provide winter clothing for their families and for their hunters. They were planners. And just because their plans were not written down or drafted so many times. But I have a question, more question than comment, and again I said I will be reviewing what was presented to us. And my first question is, what does the plan do for my grandchildren and their grandchildren? I have 9 grandchildren right now. Will this plan allow them to continue to harvest caribou and the sea mammals? When you talk about limited use, what does that mean for my future generations in right to harvest? Will they be limited? One of my first memories as a very young child, we were out on the land camping. My great uncle, late Laurent Pamulik, and my uncle Satyan and his family and our family, we were in tents. I don't know if I was 4 years old, but I remember my great uncle Pamulik that I called Atatatya, and my uncle Satyana, they were digging into the ground, digging into the limestone in Coral Harbor or Southampton Island. And I went up to my great uncle, my Atatatya, and I asked him, what are you doing? What are you doing? Because my older cousins and older siblings, they were putting eggshells of geese and the skins of geese into this pit, and then they were covering that. My Atatsuchiao replied, "There's a Kadlunak nearby. There's a white man nearby." Many years later, I learned that we were not allowed to hunt geese or harvest eggs because of the Migratory Bird Act or something. I didn't know we were poaching, and we did that for many years. It was a law that came from 3 countries, Canada, the US, and Mexico. They were trying to protect the geese. And so therefore, they were sneaking. Another act, another law that did not come from our own, that our parents and grandparents had no say in drafting a law, an act, or a plan. I am grateful to be given a voice today, and I want to remind all the other Inuit that the land claim, the Nunavut Land Claim Agreement gave us a voice, and this public hearing gives us a voice. But many of us never had time to review the documents you provided. And I respect the work that the Nunavut Planning Commission has done since it started in 1993. And I want to acknowledge Brian Agluka. I think he's been with the Nunavut Planning Commission the longest. And I also want to acknowledge his late father, David Agluka Sr., who was part of the negotiating of the Nunavut Land Claims Agreement. Also want to acknowledge at this time James Ituluk. We need more leaders like him. He has a kind heart and he has a lot of history. He can probably tell us of how things began and where they were. One of the contracts I'm doing currently is translating letters that Tagak Curley, the founder of the Inuit Rights Movement, or Inuit Teperi Canada, letters that he received in 1971 from elders from all over the north. All of them are dead now or have passed on. And in their letter, there is one consistency. I know that they had great concern for maintaining our land, this Nunavut. And that is something, as Inuit, we were always taught to respect our land and to maintain it. And going back to Duke of York Bay or Akerunak, it is late Mariano Aupilabjuk explained to me, and many other elders like my father explained to me, they did not stay in a piece of land for very long. They had seasonal land where they went fishing, where they went geese hunting, where they went caribou hunting, because they didn't stay in a piece of land or a community permanent like this, because they had to give that time, that land they were in, time to heal and time to cleanse itself. And Duke of York Bay, or Akerunak, is called Akerunak because if you see the body of water, it is shaped like a stomach or intestine of a sea mammal. If you see the body of water. They were great. They observed it without having a map, without having navigational tools, because our ancestors were great observers of land and seasons. And that area is precious to me because that is the area where after my grandfather, Nang Malik Sukuluk, died, that spring, or Upeng Maksak, one of her relatives wanted her to marry another man right away, and my grandmother Ungalak refused. So, and it was time to move to a different location. So my grandmother, along with my uncle Ukalak and my aunt Kigutikabjuk, they were abandoned. But my grandmother, having the determination to live and to survive, she walked from Qikitaluk, we call Qikitaluk, in English it's called White Island. Am I correct, John L. or Willie? They crossed from the island to the mainland around Nauyat or Repulse Bay because they had relatives in that area. And it was late spring. It was hard to travel with leads and water on the ice. But they would cross leads by placing the small sled they had, to cross to the other side, making their way to Nauyat area. And my uncle said, once they reached the mainland, they survived on eating lemmings and snow buntings because they had no other means. And we were always told that we have to respect the land because it provides for us, that we have to respect all the animals and all the living creatures, no matter how big or small. That's who we are and where we come from. And I know a lot of you know the story, those values of our parents and ancestors that are not written down. I was quite not hurt, but offended that where the sunken ships of Sir John Franklin are going or have been declared historic sites. This land, our ancestors' footprints are everywhere. In the land use plan, I think those historic and heritage sites of our ancestors, like I said, the land has many stories, untold stories. I think they have to be included in the land use plan so that our future generations will know where they come from and who they were. A people that survived this land. Again, I haven't reviewed your draft plan. I only have an English Inuktitut copy with me. The other thing that I didn't see in Jonathan's presentation on the first day was we are experiencing climate change. And how is this plan going to deal with the issue of climate change and food insecurity? The land provides us food from the animals that we harvest. How is this plan going to address climate change and food insecurity? And this morning on the news, I saw briefly that our Prime Minister of Canada was attending a UN conference on food insecurity. And I wish he was here to listen, because with climate change, food insecurity is becoming more and more challenging. You heard the community delegates from Baker Lake and Inlet saying the caribou are moving further and further away. And even in Rankin Inlet, we have seen changes. And one of the changes we have seen since the development of Agnico Eagle nickel mine, and also maybe mixed with climate change, is so drastic. I've been living in Rankin Inlet since 1994, and one of the changes I have seen since is where my older cousin used to take me berry picking just past the Char River Bridge. That whole area on the right side has become a sand pit, and I don't know if it's the responsibility of the municipal government or I don't know the hamlet, that it became a sand pit and we can no longer pick berries there. And the other side, on the trail to Diane River, where people call that Blue Dinosaur, that area became a sand pit too. That was an area where it was just a cranberry field, and it's no longer there. We have to go, like someone said, we have to go further and further and further to harvest and gather. And if this land use plan that I have yet to study and get to know is going to value the traditional harvesting and gathering rights, if we have those. I saw that the developers, mining companies have existing rights. Does the future generation have existing rights to be human, to be Inuk? Will this document, once approved or disapproved, we don't know, because I'm a member of the public, I'm a grandmother of 9, who's not going to be at the final decision making. It is the lawyers and policymakers, the senior bureaucrats of government that will write the final draft or what have you. We also, and for many reasons, one of the key elements or the key things is many of us Inuit we learn about these things when it's at the last minute. And many of us, because of the colonial past and because of what things happened in the past with laws that were unjust to us, you cannot hunt geese, you cannot harvest eggs. Or even in the mainland, they were told, you cannot harvest caribou in the fall when it was time to harvest caribou skins for clothing. We still lack trust. We don't have trust with the government of Canada or the government of Nunavut, and many of us don't have trust in our own representative Inuit organizations. Like someone mentioned, it's like they're keeping secrets from us. So trust is an issue, but like I said, there are, I will review some and submit a written statement, but I was reading this quickly, the Inuktitut version of your very thick draft plan, and let me see, it's under section 4.6.7 that said, Asingit maligay aktoktayut, translated back to English, different laws that are affected, if that is, I don't know how it reads in English, but that's how I understand it. But in the little shadowed part, it reads, Pigeruti ilakaktut tukimuaruti tapunga nunavumi nunait atutik sanginut parmaguti suraktau simayut ininginut tana kutsinraktau atauka. How would you, for those that understand Inuktitut, what does it even mean? And it goes on to say, Pijutingita tukaktut
the procedures are here to land use planning and implementation and
I don't have an English copy, but my Inuktitut language brain cannot really understand what it means. Because at one point,
are damaged.
It means those that have been damaged and destroyed.
Planning process will enable
the reason and the goal regarding the laws for those that have, I don't want to say those, that have rights, and
other the others have gone beyond what is written in this land use plan created by Land Planning Commission carry weight.
I think there's a reference that the Nunavut Planning Commission is getting a lot of strength. Again, I don't have a copy of the English language version, And if an elder, unilingual elder, were to read this, it makes no sense. And even your translation up there, in Inuktitut, Sivugdini Takununga Atolung.
And what you see on the screen, it's not making sense to us. It doesn't really say none of the Planning Commission.
But one of the things that working over there and seeing all the and hearing some of the concerns from the community delegates. There's a registered delegate group or what have you is called Friends of the Land Use Plan, which right away my English brain thought, is there an enemies of the land use plan? And how did such an organization develop, and when did it develop? And are any of the community delegates that brought forth their concern, are they aware of such an organization or group? One of the things that happens, not only the mistrust or the distrust, is the lack of communication. The lack of communication where Inuit and communities are often the last to hear. I respect all the work a lot of you have done over the years, but being at the community level and with limited access to internet or information, Inuit and Inuit without the big fancy job titles are the last to hear when the land claim agreement and the whole purpose of settling a land claim was to protect the Inuit way of life and to protect the lands and the animals and the sea. That is what is so dear to us, to Inuit, and to our future generations. And how is this land use plan going to ensure that they have existing rights to harvest, like the developers that are listed in the PowerPoint presentation that Jonathan Savoy gave us. Will it ensure that the future generations of Inuit are respected too? Like I said, I was unprepared. I thought I would be doing this on Friday, but for now, I just want to thank you for giving me a voice and allowing me to speak. I hope I made sense, and I'm going to read as much as I can, and I hope to get a English copy of your draft plan, and I don't know if anybody has any questions, but I just want to say one more thing. I don't know how long the Agnico Eagle Mine has been in Rankin Inlet or, at Meladine. There was only one time that I have seen an employee from the Agnico Eagle nickel mine attend church on a Sunday and was willing to engage with Inuit, and I never ever saw her again. And when I introduced myself and who my parents and ancestors were, that's how, and often when we go to an Inuk community, other Inuit ask us, who's your mom and dad? And who are your ancestors? And right away, stories are exchanged and trust is developed. We have government employees, long-term employees that never seem to engage with the community or with the church, engaging with us and telling us who your parents are and where you come from is part of building that trust. And it's part of communicating. And trust is a very small thing, but it is very important. And I welcome you to ask me questions or to dialogue with me. And at this point, I'll just say thank you for giving me this time. And I promise I'll read what I can and include some more points and stress some things that I think are lacking. When you talk about healthy communities, knowing who we are and where we come from is a big part of being healthy. So, Koyan Namig, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for the presentation, Bernadette. We will, as we have for everybody else, go through the process of finding questions. Okay. Do we have any questions? No questions? Sharon would like to make a comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sharon Ahalawak, Executive Director for the Nunavut Planning Commission. On behalf of the Commission, as our acting chair has said several times before, all voices are welcome, and we do appreciate your feedback. We also do appreciate both oral and written submissions, and this is your land use plan. The Commission is tasked to listen to everyone, and the more solutions and recommendations that community members, government organizations, individuals can provide to the Commission, the stronger the plan will be, and the gaps, as you have noted in some areas, can be addressed. That's, again, the purpose of having these public hearings, and to hear all feedback, what people like, what they don't like, how it can be changed, and opportunities to work together to find solutions that work for many parties. So on behalf of the Commission, I thank you, Bernadette.
If I may say one more thing about how this process works. I remember when Agnico Eagle Mines was consulting with our community with an all-weather road, and they talk about latitude and longitude, and which make no sense to many of us. One of the things I'll never forget is the heartbreak of late Paul Kanayuk. who was part of this consultation, and because the mining company and whoever with their GIS used longitude and latitude and all this stuff. So the plans went ahead and the all-weather road was approved. But one thing late Paul Canayok didn't know was part of this building the all-weather road involved blasting a hill that was known as Akusapik, which was just past the Charbridge 2. That rocky hill where we used to pick cranberries and blueberries and crowberries had a name in our language, in Inuktitut, Akusapik. They called it Akusapik because when you go further north of Akusapik, you will be at a place we know as Ijagalik, where there's tent rings and old sod house ruins. And it was called Akusapik because ancestors coming from the sea would meet and meet with others from the Ijagalik area. So that rock was called Akusapik, and it was blasted. It's not there anymore. And that's another tragedy, and that's another misunderstanding or miscommunication when Agnico Eagle Mines and the local community are not on the same page, and they're not on the same level of understanding. Those are things that the government of Canada and the government of Nunavut, you have to keep, you have to be aware of these things when you're dealing with Inuit, and local knowledge is very important. We might not speak the same language, we might not be on the same page, and we're definitely not in the same boat when it comes to all this. But I hope that you respect the future generations. It's not about us. It's about the future generation. Koyanami.
Thank you. John would like to make a comment, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. This is Jonathan Savoy with the Nunavut Planning Commission. This is not necessarily a question, which we're doing now, but just to provide a quick clarification. First of all, thank you very much for your comments today. They're greatly appreciated. And I'd also offer, if you'd like to sit down, after the hearing closes one day, I would be more than happy to go through some of the plan to have a more detailed conversation. But on the issue of harvesting rights and impacts of the land use plan on community land use, I just wanted to clarify that the requirements in the draft plan that we're considering would not impact communities' harvesting or use of the land in any way. So the proposed rules or requirements that we're discussing here this week are meant to apply to other companies or individuals or organizations looking to come into Nunavut or go out on the land and conduct activities like exploration, scientific research, tourism, those types of activities, and would not impact your ability to go use the land for harvesting or general use. So maybe I'll stop there and then would encourage further discussion offline. Thank you.
You just reminded me of another concern I had, and which I addressed to the Kibadil Inuit Association when they had consultation on this, is ever since the Diane River Trail was built from this community, and I don't know if it's the municipal responsibility, but ever since that trail, the road was built, initially it was supposed to be a trail for ATVs only and for Inuit to go have an easier access to get to Diane. Ever since it was built, hundreds of cabins are popping up everywhere. And I don't know if they require a permit to build a cabin, but one cabin, a two-story cabin, was built right in front of one of the Iqalulealak. Like, there's 3 lakes that I know of called Iqalulealak. And at first freeze up, elder women, local elder women would love, they used to love going fishing there to catch landlocked char. But ever since that cabin was built, they don't want to go fishing that lake, one of the lakes anymore, because to them, to the elders, it's contaminated now because there's a 2-story cabin. And if I were the mayor, or if I were the premier or minister of lands or something, I would immediately have no cabin building law, because I think the people in Rankin will agree with me, a lot of the elders and Inuit that have cabins are along the coast, the sea. But it seems a lot of non-Inuit are building cabins everywhere. And the cabins the elders and Inuit have built are seasonal, for making dry meat or for fishing. And I think it's not only Rankin that is experiencing this explosions of cabins happening everywhere. And it is not just Inuit that these cabins are popping up. And they're really, like, there's another cabin that just came up in the last 2 years, right in front of the hill by Apache Pass. And about 4 or 5 years ago, I remember taking Kapik Atagutsak to see the migrating caribou, and it's located right where the caribou were crossing or migrating. And because I know I'm on the record, because it's a public hearing, and if anyone's listening, anyone with authority, that there should be a moratorium on, or some kind of structure, if people are going to build cabins, because I hear that at Tusukjua, Meladine Lake, they're not just cabins anymore. Some of them are like houses and mansions. So, just my piece. Thank you.
Thank you, Bernadette. Do we have any questions from community delegates? John, please go ahead.
Thank you. John Tenaslu, HTO Committee Report Bay. It's not a question, more of a general comment. When we see these documents at the short notice, I just want to say something to your comment. The cabins popping up in the land, it's affecting the land use, wildlife migration. And this is becoming something where Inuit are losing ground to Kabluna, to people coming up. They come up here with their way of life and no consideration for how we live up here. And the land is popping up with cabins in vicinities in all localities. I see this everywhere. Well, you see Inuit way of life, and because of that, I think we're even forgetting what our true identity and culture is, trying to be like others who are doing well up here. Thank you.
John L. Bernadette.
I'm Bernadette. I just remembered our fathers have strict rules. If you were to relocate to a new territory, that I was notified that we were not to be in the same location all the time, and that they have strict rules when you move into the new ground. It applies, and our fathers wanted that applied to be more careful when you move into the new territory. This was practice to our forefathers. Now it's completely thrown out as a knowledge. So that's why I mention it. Thank you.
Any other questions from community delegates? Any questions from registered participants? Please go ahead, state your name, who you represent. Thank you.
Hello, Tagongnak.
Okay. Hello, Tagongnak, Friends of Line News Planning.
I liked your presentation.
I'll speak in English. I'll respond in English. I wanted to answer your question about the Friends of Land Use Planning. We're a group of collaboration of individuals that are passionate about indigenous-led land use planning, and also have been working closely with the HTOs across Nunavut, hamlets across Nunavut, and corresponding directly with many of the agencies that are here. So we are no stranger to all of the interveners that are here, as well as communicating with the Nunavut Planning Commission when we have questions or comments. So we are a duly registered intervener. On our website, it lists the individuals that are part of this collaboration. There's myself, Paul Crowley, and Jacob Gerhard of Iqaluit, Stephen Nita, who is the former chief of Latsoke Dene First Nation, Justina Ray, who is the president and senior scientist of the Wildlife Conservation Society of Canada, and Alan Young, expert in social and environmental sustainability and leadership. Our goal is to see the hard-won right of Inuit when the Nunavut Land Claims Agreement occurred, that there should be a land use plan for the Inuit of Nunavut. And that's our goal. And it's to support Inuit of Nunavut to see what they envision as proper land use planning for Nunavut. One thing that we did, and it's on our website, but I can provide you a hard copy of it, is we commissioned a report. We interviewed 400 individuals in Inuktitut and English, which to my knowledge has never been done before in that same fashion. And it asked questions such as, and the answers that were provided were that 91% of Nunavut residents believe in a land use plan that guides conservation and development, and that this is important. Nearly every respondent, 96%, agree that healthy land and animals in the territory are key to maintaining the Inuit culture, and 94% saying they are concerned that Inuit are losing their culture. Nearly all the respondents, 92%, agree that it's possible to protect the environment but create jobs at the same time. 63% believe that mining in Nunavut has done more harm than good, and only 1% felt that Nunavut should be doing less to conserve the land and wildlife. I think one of the most important things to highlight right now too is that the importance of this land use plan, as it will be the largest land use plan in the world, and the importance of it internationally, nationally, regionally, and even locally has been highlighted by all the proponents, all the communities that have been speaking. Upigibupsi, Ayungigibupsi, they're speaking
I respect you.
I think the most important knowledge that's here, including yours, Bernadette, which is traditional knowledge, we're the ones that, thank you. We're the ones that will be impacted, and the people that have been speaking from the communities, I hope it's being taken to heart by the awesome commissioners of the Nunavut Planning Commission, as well as the signatories, and that's who we've been communicating with as well, are the 3 signatories, and making sure or hoping that they're working hard towards getting to a point where a land use plan is something that they can sign. Thank you.
When was your organization formed? And one of the things I noticed already is there seems to be a lack of elder involvement and bilingual speaking Inuit on it from the names that you mentioned. But when was your organization formed?
Thank you. So we were formed in response to this draft and the hearings that were going to happen, but each of us works in and have between us dozens and dozens of years working in this area, in environmental stewardship and protection. And I think our communication with elders working in the communities and getting support. So our work is to make sure that the HTOs have the proper maps, make sure that they, so like you said, many of the, on NPC's site, it was very hard to see the maps properly, and so we were able to print maps and provide them to HTO so that across Nunavut, so that they had printed maps that they could use in their meetings, whether or not we were invited or able to attend the HTOs. That was one thing that we were able to provide to all the HTOs that many of the people here could account for. And also, we're not coming to represent the communities. We just want to make sure that good questions are asked, like you have, Bernadette, and that communities are supported in any way that they saw that they needed any support in. And so former consultations that occurred, we were able to reprint all those consultations from NPC and provide it to the communities as well to make sure that they saw former consultations that had occurred within the communities and have those printed out for them so they could see, is this correct in terms of what you have said in the past or what your elders have said in the past. And so much of our work has been to support communities in making sure they have the resources that they need to do the work that they're doing here. As they have stated time and time again that we heard yesterday, oftentimes they don't have the support that, say, NTI does, or they don't have GIS like KIA does, or all of those various ways that, and staff and resources that these organizations have. The HTO doesn't have all of those means of support. And so our main way of participating has been to ensure that the communities feel supported, and we've been accessible and a resource to them when they have questions, because they often don't feel they have access, like you stated earlier, to many of these paper, or it might even be understanding a part of the document and how it reflects on their community. Thank you.
Okay. Is there any other questions from participants or the registered participants? Okay. That may not have exactly followed a perfect protocol, but I think it was important to allow the fluidity of that exchange, considering what we're dealing with. So, it's now time for lunch. Thank you very much for your presentation. We will meet again at 1:15. That's 1:15. Chair. And we'll start the afternoon with the Kivlik Wildlife Board representatives. I'd like to come to the presentation table. And I would like to recognize that Tagat Curley is with us this afternoon. Good to see you. I will quickly run through my little list, just so we're all reminded, including myself, because yesterday I was the one that forgot to turn my phone off. So we all need the gentle reminders. So as you're speaking, make sure you're close to the mic. Speak slowly to help the interpreters. Stay away from acronyms. Please use full names. I hinted at the phones. It's been pretty good. Please keep it up. We ask that masks be used as much as possible. And then state your name, your organization represent, and please get started. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Clayton Dakdak, Kivlik Wildlife Board. Before I begin, I'd like to apologize on behalf of our chair, Stanley Adjuk, who could not be here due to prior commitments. The Kivlik Wildlife Board thanks the Nunavut Planning Commission for the opportunity to present our thoughts on the draft land use plan. This presentation summarizes some of the different views of the hunters and trappers organizations that make up the Kivlik Wildlife Board. These statements have been made throughout the planning process. And next slide, please.
Clayton, can you slow down a little bit? Thank you.
The Kivlik Wildlife Board was defined under Article 5 of the Nunavut Agreement and has a very broad mandate that includes representing regional and Inuit harvesters in this land use planning process, along with providing support during environmental assessments, and oversees and manages Inuit harvesting practices in the Kivlik region. Additionally, the Kivlik Wildlife Board and the Hunters and Trappers organizations work as external reviewers for the Government of Nunavut's wildlife research permitting process. In the context of land use planning, this is very important because the process requires that researchers provide updates on research within the region. Specifically, I would like to point out that research that has been conducted in the Kivlik and
Sorry to interrupt, but there was somebody else that seemed to be talking and I wasn't able to hear. So I think something was coming through the system. Sorry about this.
So, as I was saying, I would like to point out that research that has been presented to the Hunters and Trappers and the expert opinion of the Department of Environment's caribou biologist does not appear to be taken into consideration for the Government of Nunavut's position on the land use plan. Finally, the Kivlik Wildlife Board aims to safeguard Inuit harvesting rights through participation in the land use planning process, through environmental assessments under the Nunavut Impact Review Board process, along with other wildlife management activities defined under Article 5. And next slide, please. The Kivalliq Wildlife Board has a few minor outstanding concerns with the draft land use plan in regards to caribou protection. The Kivalliq Wildlife Board supports the decision to list caribou calving grounds as limited use areas. The Kivalliq Wildlife Board also supports the decision to list water crossings as limited use areas, but there may be room for adjustment on the buffer around those water crossings. Those should be discussed with the HCOs that are closest to the water crossing. Finally, the Kivalliq Wildlife Board is concerned with the route of the proposed hydrofiber corridor. The Kivalliq Wildlife Board does not oppose the inclusion of the corridor in the draft plan, but feels that this should be routed around the calving grounds as stated by the Baker Lake Hunters and Trappers organization. Additionally, the Kivalliq Wildlife Board Additionally, the Kivalliq Wildlife Board supports the decision to list walrus hollouts as limited use areas. The size of the setbacks on the hollow should be determined on a case-by-case basis. The closest hunters and trappers organizations should be involved in determining those setbacks. The Kivalliq Wildlife Board recommends that post-calving grounds be listed as conditional use areas with seasonal restrictions similar to those defined under the Q8 Regional Land Use Plan. The Kivalliq Wildlife Board recommends that these mobile protection measures be included in all mixed-use areas because caribou do move. And next slide. This is just a map of the draft land use plan that shows Kivalliq Wildlife Board's preferred designations. That concludes my presentation, but I will be happy to field questions.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I'm looking to the Nunavut Planning Commission staff. Is there questions? Okay, please go ahead, Jonathan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. This is Jonathan Savoy with the Nunavut Planning Commission. Thank you, Clayton, for the presentation today, as well as the detailed written submission that the Kivalliq Wildlife Board provided previously. I'm just wondering if you can provide any additional detail on the proposed mobile measures for mixed-use areas that the board would support. We do appreciate the comment generally about mobile measures, and just if you have any specifics on what those measures would look like. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Clayton Duck, Kivalliq Wildlife Board, and thank you, Jonathan, for the question. I'll have to defer to a written answer.
Thank you for that. We're good? Okay. I will now move to the community delegates. Is there any questions for the Kivalliq Wildlife Board? Okay, we have Peter, Kevin, okay, we will start in that order. Peter will go first.
Thank you, Peter Alagak, of that Hamlet delegate. The map you showed and there were different colors, brown and green, from your community towards Baker Lake, the corridor. Are these in agreement with other communities, how you drew the line, how you designate?
Thank you for the question. Please go ahead, Clayton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Clayton Duckduck, Kivalliq Wildlife Board. That's not a question I could answer technically. That's based on NPC data, and as noted by the Baker Lake Hunters and Trappers, there seems to be different versions of this corridor that have been presented to the community members.
Thank you. Is there a follow-up? We're good. Okay. Kevin? Please go ahead.
Thank you, Sean. Kevin Kaluak. It's Akbet Hunters and Trappers Organization. The mobile protection that you spoke of. So I'd like to ask a question in relation to that. I can do a follow-up question. How did you arrive to this designation? How did you draw up the plan for mobile protection?
Thank you for the question. Please go ahead, Clayton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Clayton Duckduck, Kivalliq Wildlife Board. That's another question that I cannot answer. There are mobile protection measures identified in the Kuwaitan Regional Land Use Plan, and there are additional mobile protection measures that KIA has proposed in this process.
Thank you. Just a quick reminder to use the full title of the organization. We're all used to the short forms, but it helps with interpretation. Thanks. Good. Or another question? One more question? Go ahead, Kevin.
Thank you, Lester. Kevin Kaluak, Akbet Hunters and Trappers Organization. You mentioned measures in relations to KIA. I think that is a KIA concern, mobile protection. Thank you for the answer. What about exploration camps, mining companies who would take advantage of this mobile protection measure? Should Hunters and Trappers organizations be concerned about this? Say, for instance, New Akbet, each community should have hired hands, Rankin, and other communities. I think if we could hear these locally, what is being planned in relations to the harvesting of wildlife. I think if we were open communication, especially for HTO in relations to mobile protection measures.
Thank you for the question. Please go ahead, and I've been asked if you could bring the mic a little closer so we could hear your voice a little better. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Clayton Duckduck, Kivalliq Wildlife Board. Once again, that is not something I could answer, but it is a question that you could pose to the Kivalliq Inuit Association.
Thank you for the answer. I will go around. Is there other questions from the community delegates? Okay, we have Martha. Okay. Martha, please go ahead.
Thank you.
Anyhow, I have a question for Kivalliq Wildlife Board. Does your committee travel to each community updating any information that is required to be heard by HTO or the public?
Thank you for the question. Please go ahead, Clayton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Clayton Duckduck, Kivalliq Wildlife Board. And thanks, Martha, for the question. We do travel into the communities regularly on land use planning and other topics, but because of our limited budget, it's not done often enough.
Thank you for the answer.
Thank
Do you have you're good? Okay. Any other questions from community delegates? I don't see any other hands. I will open the floor to registered participants. Any questions from registered participants? I was waiting because there was movement, but it wasn't for towards the mic. Yes. Any questions from public members?
KIA.
Seeing no movement, thank you very much for your presentation. Next on the agenda is the Kivalliq Inuit Association, but due to travels, we're expecting them to be a little later. So at this point in time, we'll be moving to Nunavut Tungavik Incorporated. If you'd like to make your way to the table. Thank you for accommodating the change in order. It's much appreciated. And when you are ready, please go ahead. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. James Kiluk, First Vice President, Nunavut Tungavik Inc. I have a poor voice, and I'll let the others introduce themselves, starting with my right. Good afternoon, Mary Ballou, lawyer, NTI.
David Ningiyongan.
David Ningiyongan, Executive Director,
Chief
Operating Officer, Nunavut Tungavik.
Chris Gudluk, Senior Advisor, Lands Administration, Planning and Management, Nunavut Tungavik.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. And to the people at the table, Nunavut Planning Commission, and people in the building, people from this region, and thank you, Rankin and Inlet, for your hospitality. And we are here. We just came in from Cambridge Bay recently. We did the same exercise up there in relation to Nunavut land use planning. The proceeding that you are holding now, public hearing, is real. It's related to Nunavut agreement. I'm happy to be here to make presentation to you in Rankin Inlet. NTI will attempt to be with the Planning Commission, who are holding 5 public hearings related to the last Nunavut land use plan. I recognize each and every one of you from the communities, and you have an important task to do to work on the draft land use plan. And the NTI would like your participation in the proceedings representing your community and your localities year-round, spring, summer, fall, winter. You know your areas the best, and you are here to present your constituents. NTI have worried on the draft land use plan. We want to see perhaps amendments to the product before the final product is produced. And I respect and congratulations to NTI or NPC committee and staff for the hard work that you have produced and explaining to the public related to Nunavut land use plan. Continue your hard work. It's important. If you have to make amendments, do so. I'd like to talk about NTI, what our responsibility is. Nunavut Tungavik Incorporated is in working towards Nunavut agreement. That's our responsibility. What the contents are of that article related to Inuit, what you can do, and we work in respect to the communities wholeheartedly. Inuit people are always participating in all the major events that's occurring and taking place, especially in this proceedings, representing your community and working towards conservation and land use designation. You are the gatekeepers. Back to the land use plan, how it's coming, how it will look at as a finished product. Inuit have participated. Their aspirations are represented in your proceedings. Again. Oh, yes. And NTI and while we are looking at this in relation to Nunavut agreement and as participants in relation to wildlife and its protection on wildlife management, and the Inuit harvesting rights in Inuit lands, subsurface surface rights, and this is where we stand. NTI is participating in this land use planning process. NTI and Commission are working so we could come to consensus how things are and how the technicals will be produced between our staff and your staff, and you have had dialogues to come up with reasonable agreement. And the important thing is that Inuit needs are looked after, Inuit aspirations, and we are working with you on draft land use plan. It's a final hearings taking place. NTI and the Government of Canada and Government of Nunavut will be the ones to approve this document as signatories and see how this product will be produced. We will decide to approve it or say nay to it. And I appreciate you ironing out your concerns with the public and the regions and at this public hearing in each region. The land use planning process, and it's within our lands, how it's produced, how designation are made will be useful to NTI. We have to be prepared for our future in relations to land use plan and how Inuit will be able to look after their own destiny. So we work hard. We agree. We hope that it will be approved. NTI will have their say in each of your regional hearings. We have worried with the first plan as presented. And we are here together to make amendments and what other content should be that have not come in, have not emerged yet. NTI believes that Nunavut land use plan is taking place according to the article for the people. And it should be as your land use plan should be able to be acceptable for the future generation. And this is a desired product in protection of harvesting, wildlife conservation, and what it will hold for the future for Inuit. NTI is working hard, and it's under article, and it should be done properly, so we're fully in support of it. In many areas, wildlife and other protection measures taking place. And let's remember, Inuit Kawimayatokangat IQ, it should be a fundamental reason and understanding when you have to do your work. It's good for the future. It will guide us how we proceed with Inuit Kawimayatokangat in these proceedings. It's reality. Inuit skills, their knowledge is fundamental knowledge that should be kept in Inuit land. And Inuit have courage, skills to decide for themselves what's within their Nunavut boundaries and use this plan wisely. Conservation of wildlife, and some say these animals are depleting Inuit harvesting rights who have used harvesting over the years for substance. We have heard in these proceedings how important wildlife conservation is to the public, and we have to really adhere to what we hear. People say it's our food source from the land, and we should keep that priority. We have that as a priority as NTI. And NTI realize how important it is to communities and the important organizations of hunters and trappers organizations, regional wildlife organizations in 3 different regions have that same focus for important QIA, KIA, and Kivalliq Inuit Association, all working hard towards proper management of the wildlife in our territory. And this is a product that will be helpful to your land use planning process. Each regional organization should be concerned about wildlife in each region and entrance to land use planning. Nunavut communities must be able to be heard of for their benefit. Commitment to the wildlife population.
The knowledge in our final submission. Overall, and Nunavut Tungavik Incorporated has supported the Commission's approach to protecting polar bear denning areas and water hollouts. Too fast? Okay, sorry. That's my style, talking fast. Yeah. Slow. Yeah, okay.
And NTI recognizes and worries, they are aware of your concerns in relation to this exercise. Important organizations, local hunters and trappers organization, Nunavut Kitangmiut Regional Wildlife Board, the 3 are making presentations at your proceedings, and we are listening to what their concerns will be, and we want to ensure that these concerns are included in Nunavut land use process. NTI will support the Commission in many areas. Also, there should be a room for making amendments, polar bear denning areas, and walrus hollouts, and waterfowls coming into our territory. They should also be concerned with more conservation to waterfowls migrating north, and caribou habitat. We recognize the importance of this. There are many concerns and habitats in regions, Kitangmiut, Kivalliq, QIA, different areas, but the same idea in protection measures. We recognize that NTI respects how the caribou protection measures are in agreement with everybody. We look forward and we appreciate the comments. They're our food source and has been for a long time. Inuit lands, what are we doing about this? NTI has authority to look after each regions and regional organizations. They're given tasks to take these responsibilities under land claims agreement. Inuit who are looking after their own lands, having a say what it should be, how it should be ran, what directions Inuit want to undertake. So the haul-out as well, we look forward to something being produced from the proceedings, but at times there are obstacles, and there always will be on this, especially 2021 as it is written. And the draft land use plans, for instance, NTI, are landholders 1.8% subsurface within Nunavut, and the first draft, there are words like limit and other terms, and NTI will think about and work with Inuit in each region, working with Inuit. And on the sides, Inuit owned lands, NPI is requesting that NPC resolve all the proper designations in each community regions, and we don't want too many heavy impact on Inuit people under this plan. We don't want any hardships, and from Nunavut agreement, Inuit lands are different in each region and each community. So compared to Crown land and other landholders, Inuit lands are identified in Nunavut Planning Commission. I apologize to translators. NTI is in support of wildlife conservation, and this can be done through a land use processing where Inuit can manage their own land, and perhaps 50% of Inuit would benefit, and assisting. We can accomplish this through what we are producing, what gives you the authority, say through NTI, and from the other sources, government. And let's not forget that we have to have economy as well. These Inuit could greatly benefit from this land use planning process of what we talked about. What people want to, don't deviate from that. Just listen to Inuit government requests and other and then Inuit could really benefit from IIBA and the land use planning process will greatly be improved if Inuit were really given attention to and listened to how they would be impacted to this process. For instance, Government of Canada have the same passion to have this process completed according to the agreement. and to the exploration companies in Inuit-owned lands is concerned as well. Parks, wildlife, national wildlife areas, and sanctuaries for the waterfowl have to be as they are and stay as they are in Nunavut land use planning process. It would really assist to the Inuit how this is produced. At the moment, Government of Canada, the boundaries, the zones, are able to perhaps override and because this is important to Canada and internationally. How it preserve maybe perhaps to 2025. NTI respects, believes the plan, Nunavut land use plan as it is, it should not be as it is always when it comes to Inuit. If Inuit were not consulted, it would be quite useless even as IIBA. The Nunavut Agreement, as it is written, is to help and assist Inuit if new policies are coming in from both levels of government, and it would be greatly improved that Nunavut land use plan, it has amended from first draft to 2021. As I said earlier, NTI is asking from the Commission to really do amendments to 2021 and have it ready for your final product and present it to NTI, Government of Canada, and Nunavut government for their approval. NTI believes that the planning process is emerging. You heavily concentrate on wildlife conservation, and NTI is in full agreement with that. I'm sure the other regions are as well, who are participating in land use planning process for approval. So, Commission, we want you to be aware that your priority priority on wildlife harvesting in this land use planning process, the harvesters, what their needs are, so NTI could understand and work with regional organizations how we can look after our own land under Nunavut plan use process. As it is, it can work well. It's productive. For instance, public hearing. You have produced, and while you're doing that, you should partner with local hunters and trappers organizations. You as a NPC should work with other levels of government on conclusion. We could produce a good document and what your aspirations are through this exercise with land use plan. As I said before, you from the communities that are very instrumental in producing what the final product will be. If you were not with us, I think there would be very hard in agreement how this land use planning would be looked at or accepted. I know there will be future amendments as people and for the future. And I say all should be included in your planning process. It would be helpful as a final product to be approved. So I'm glad that we are working together and we will produce. I thank you. I thank you for all of you who have participated in shaping of the Nunavut land use plan and how it could be improved, what else is needed. We will always be aware how this final product will be. We're all in agreement. Nunavut land use plan should be part of our mandate under NTI. The staff here is here to answer your questions. If we are not able to answer right away, it will be in written submission. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that presentation. And we will start, as we have all the way along, with Nunavut Planning Commission staff questions. Okay, Jonathan, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. This is Jonathan Savoy with the Nunavut Planning Commission. Thank you very much, James, for your presentation this afternoon. Last week in Cambridge Bay, we heard from the Government of Canada that they support the Commission working with the Government of Canada, the Government of Nunavut, Nunavut Tungavik Incorporated, as well as the regional Inuit associations to develop a process to refine the plan collaboratively to address the concerns that have been raised. We're wondering if NTI supports such a collaborative post-hearing process. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Jonathan. Chair James Ituluk. I'll pass it on to Marie for answer. Thank you, Marie Below, NTI.
Nunavut Tungavik has a role on multiple fronts when it comes to the land use plan. We're a participant here at this table, equal to everyone else. We have been for many years participating in the process, submitting written submissions, and doing what we can to contribute to providing recommendations on the draft. And we have a unique role as well after the plan is in a more final form after these hearings to take a look at it, and with the Government of Nunavut, Government of Canada, to see if we can jointly approve or reject it with written reasons. So we have a role on two fronts, and we can only anticipate that that second stage is going to be interesting, to say the least. But there are a number of issues that relate to the land use plan, but are also outside of the land use plan to a certain extent. And where there are issues that sort of overlap between the land use planning process and elsewhere, I think it is, NTI believes it is important to try to sort through those things or hash out certain issues as it relates to the plan, but that might not necessarily involve as directly the NPC. So for certain issues, yeah, I think it's always important to sit together and see where organizations can find ways to meet part way. Of course, all organizations have their own mandates, priorities, people they represent, and there won't be consensus or uniformity across the board all the time, and that's actually a good thing. But yes, I think it's a reasonable proposal and an approach that we're willing to take on as well, if relevant.
Thank you for that answer. Quick reminder on the use of acronyms, just to help out the interpreters keep it full. Thanks. Jonathan?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Jonathan Savoy with the Nunavut Planning Commission. Thank you very much, Marie, for the response. Just one follow-up question. Without the Commission's involvement, is there a process that would provide an opportunity for the Government of Canada, the Government of Nunavut, Nunavut-Tungavik, and the regional Inuit associations to collaboratively work on resolving key issues with the draft plan in a manner that respects Article 11? And can that process take place before the January 10th submission deadline for the current draft? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Jonathan.
Thank you, Jonathan. James Iktuluk, NPI.
Marie below to answer the question.
Marie.
Marie Bello, Nunavut Tungavik. I think I already sort of answered that question. I don't know if the specifics of that question relates to the timing, the time frame we're working with, yeah. So there's so many complex issues. Obviously, the Planning Commission knows more than anyone else, and I think we can hope and do what we can to look into those very complex issues. There's obviously not a whole lot of time left between now and when the record will close in January of 2023, but we'll do what we can, and ultimately I think the Nunavut Planning Commission, even in their introduction, says not everyone's going to be happy. It's there's so many interests at play, so I think we can work collaboratively to the extent possible, and where that will bring us remains to be seen, but we'll do what we can if it's relevant and reasonable to do so.
Thank you. We're good? Okay. So I will open the floor to the community delegates, and I'll just scan to see if there's any questions. Okay, we have Paula's hand, we have Alex's hand, then I'll work my way down here. Yes. Okay, so far we have two. Paula, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair.
Paula Kigiwelikiusen. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair. Mike, thank you, NTI, Nunavut Tungavik Incorporated, for your presentation. I have a couple of questions at the moment, but may have a few more later. My first question is in regards to the land you have title to, Inuit-owned lands. Article 17.1.2 in the Nunavut Agreement. specifies the purposes of Inuit-owned lands. A is for renewable resource reasons, including wildlife harvesting areas, biological productivity for conservation, high potential for propagation, cultivation of husbandry, sport camps or tourist opportunities areas. B, areas of value principally for reasons related to development of non-renewable resources. Part 1, including areas of known or potential mineral deposits. 2, areas of value for various operations and facilities associated with the development of non-renewable resources. C, areas of commercial value. And D, areas of archaeological, historical, or cultural importance. My question related to this: what percentage of Inuit-owned lands are under Section A, B, C, and D? To me, it looks like it's only B, which is for the development of non-renewable resources. I'll wait for my next question after, or do you want it now?
Thanks, Paula. To you, please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Bob. James Ituluk Nunavutungavik.
James Ituluk, NTI.
Will answer that question.
Unusakut Kuyanamik Maribelo Nunavutungavik. So as it was indicated in our presentation, Nunavutungavik is title holder to just the subsurface lands, which is around 1.8% of all of Inuit-owned lands. Of all lands in the territory. And I'm not sure I understood fully. So there are a certain number of parcels of Inuit-owned lands, and I guess some of those parcels do have mineral exploration agreements or production agreements and that kind of thing. I wouldn't be able to provide right now what percentage of total subsurface Inuit-owned lands do currently have mineral exploration agreements, but currently some Inuit-owned lands do not have any agreements on them. So to see if there's a specific value associated to those lands that are not currently under an agreement, I think we'd have to look into that more. But one thing I can say is my understanding is that when a proponent approaches NTI, when there is subsurface land involved, NTI connects with the Regional Inuit Association, where there's surface lands, and from there, the Regional Inuit Association indicates whether a parcel is open or closed, based on their own internal process with communities like the Clark's Community Lands and Resource Committees, or what they call CBCs, the Community Beneficiary Committees. The regional Inuit associations have their own internal process to make those determinations, and based on that, Nunavut Tungavik will confirm if a parcel is what we say open, for them to then go into an agreement. That's what I understand to be the process. I'm not sure I answered completely your question, but we might need to get back on that. I think my colleagues have something to add as well.
Please make sure close to the mic. We're having a little trouble picking it up. Please go ahead, David.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. David Niyungan, Nunavut Tungavik Incorporated.
The question you have, I will try to reply to it as from NPI related to the land 1.8%. These were identified during the negotiations, especially to mineral exploration, non-renewable resources, where they would be benefit to many Inuit people, and it's only 1.8% in the whole of the territory. Surface rights, Inuit-owned lands within the territory. We have allocated them to regional Inuit organizations. They're more responsible for surface rights. And regional Inuit organizations have their own mandates. NTI is the only directing according land claims agreement. Should they proceed to allocate, should they not? And we make these policies in relation to the agreement. We don't know the exact percentage where they would be allocated to. And for the future, I think it's important that we understand what the percentage will be. We know Inuit communities have indicated in relation during the negotiations what part of territory would be used for fishing, hunting, mineral explorations. Different designations, different lands were identified, and this is how selection process was done. We cannot really say how designation as to how many, and hopefully this clarifies question.
Thank you for the answers. Paula, please go ahead.
Paula Kigiwele Houston, Hamlet Baker Lake. Thank you for your answers, Marie and David. It opens up to a subsection question. I asked this at the 2014 Nunavut Impact Review Board public hearing for Ariba Resources, a company looking for uranium. I asked Nunavut Tungavik Incorporated, the IOL lands that have designation BL, Baker Lake, if they could give me, as David mentioned, the negotiations that happened for these Inuit-owned lands, what they were for or why they picked them. I still have not received why, for example, BL 12 or BL 38, 35, I'm making up numbers. but there are Inuit-owned lands along the Kangekunga and Thelon River, or Aberdeen Lake, Schultz Lake, Baker Lake, various areas surrounding Baker Lake. I would like to know what they were selected for. I was given land selection parcels for a different community of for Coral Harbor, but that didn't. I was interested in that, but that was not my question. I wanted Baker Lake. And the subsurface, you talk about the 1.8 that opens up with the Keewatin Regional Land Use Plan, where the communities or the people get a voice. As I am a member, shareholder, stakeholder in Inuit, in the Nunavut Agreement and Inuit-owned lands, how did I not get a voice to say yes or no to mineral exploration agreements for uranium, which is a very special mineral? Even the Government of Canada has a whole section, the Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission, to work with that. It's not like a regular gold mineral. When were these decisions made, and why? When were these decisions made, and how come the communities were not given a voice to say yes or no?
Thank you for the question. Please go ahead, James.
Thank you, Chair. Paula. Part of your question, how land was selected during that time for Inuit-owned land in the vicinity of Baker Lake. During the selection period, were in conjunction with the people of the Baker Lake community of Baker Lake. They were involved when selections were made, and we made these selections according to the community members' wishes within this region. When we did the Kiwalik community Kiwalik selection process for surface rights. At that time, we were not aware in early stages, and we didn't have the information for subsurface rights when they were negotiated, and we didn't know what minerals were underneath. I'll ask Ningiunga to further explain.
Thank you. Please go ahead, Dave.
Your questions, I'll try to further answer. Baker Lake vicinity during the land selection process. Perhaps some of you might remember when Ukusiksalik National Park was in progress, and it was to acquire Inuit land, which we had to deal with at Ukusiksalik National Park to see what areas were the best. We had assistance from exploration companies because at that time we were aware that just outside Baker Lake there were potentials for mining. Exploration indicated that so subsurface rights were enlarged, and for the uranium exploration near your community has been a topic for many years. It's since April 2007 Nunavut, Tungavik, or they travel to Kibalik communities to inquire what the region think about the uranium exploration mining. We had that hearing. We went to every community in this region to hear and to explain what is going on with this mineral. Today, uranium is there, and TI is trying to find ways that if uranium exploration should proceed, we have to be aware that there's no health hazards, and this uranium should only be to benefit the world, and it should not be used to create weapons. We are aware that there are many concerns about the health of conservation, and only then we would allow uranium to be mined if all the conditions were met, as I said previously. And if it's not done properly, Nunavut Tungavik Incorporated will not support any exploration related to this particular material. So your questions, how was the land selected, you ask? And the answer is, when the land selection was made, there were community participation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for the answer. Follow-up?
Thank you. Paula Kigiwalik Houston, Hamiletta Baker Lake. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, David. Thank you, Maria and James. I guess I would like a voice when big decisions are being made, and how do I get to make a voice when you have these big decisions on land and minerals, especially uranium? How do we get a voice, and how do we get this decide yes or no? Because as you know, in the history, Baker Lake stood up and said no to the federal government for looking around without asking Inuit in the 60s. So we have the Nunavut Agreement now. And in the 1990s, Baker Lake stood up again and said no and had a moratorium to uranium mining and exploration, where 90% of the community said no. This tells you what the communities want. Ever since then, since 1999, we don't seem to have a voice anymore. This ties into my next question, which is existing rights. In Appendix A of the draft Nunavut 2021 draft Nunavut Land Use Plan, some of these existing rights are on Inuit-owned lands, surface and subsurface, and they're grandfathered in. This is going to go back to duty to consult, consulting the communities, consulting your membership. These are big decisions made on my behalf, on behalf of beneficiaries in my community. I would like an answer. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Please go ahead, James.
Thank you, Chair James Sikterlook, NTI. Thank you, Chair Paula. I don't know. I think you were asking questions how you can participate in major events, selections. Each region have their own organizations, and there are committees on many areas. For instance, community beneficiary committee. You can talk to this group to be included, and NTI has appointed in each region DIOs, designated Inuit organizations, have given the task to Kivalak Inuit Association, Kikaktanit Inuit Association, Kachakmir Inuit Association, in relation to lands. They're the keepers of surface rights, how the land will be selected or rather used. These are the organizations that you should be approaching, and Land Department of NTI as well. They are located in Cambridge Bay. They're open for questions from anybody. If you want to participate, it's your right. And whatever is may be related to mineral rights, oil explorations, who are seeking licenses to do their work, and you will be able to receive your answers.
Please go ahead.
About Inuit-owned lands and how those decisions are made. So earlier, because that's what we feel NTI having the title to associate this land on behalf of all Inuit from the regional Inuit associations for surface on behalf of all Inuit as well, and how those decisions are made. And I was explaining how there's steps, including involvement of the Clarks Community Lands and Resource Committees and or community beneficiary committees. NTI also has a policy regarding it's called the Rules and Procedures for the Management of Inuit-owned lands. It also describes further part of how those processes happen. On the question of existing rights, yesterday or the day before, I did ask a question to the Nunavut Planning Commission to ask for further clarity about how they frame it in this version of the draft Nunavut Land Use Plan. This time around, there's an Appendix A with a list, and they've just further described what criteria they've used to include certain projects on that list. In a previous draft, it was a bit of a different regime or framework that they had put in place, and I think previous to that, basically each draft Nunavut Land Use Plan has a bit of a different approach to existing rights. However, the relevant legislation, Nunavut Planning and Process Assessment Act, does describe in quite some detail what was the basically what's in the legislation of how existing rights will or will not apply within the context of a land use plan. And as far as I'm aware, the Nunavut Planning Commission, NTI, governments were involved in the development of the Nunavut Planning and Process Assessment Act. So it's not new. There were many players involved in developing that intentionally, I think with specific wording regarding preservation of mineral interests and what we call existing rights. So we're doing our own review and analysis of the current system relating to existing rights in the 2021 draft Nunavut Land Use Plan, and we might present further analysis or comments on that before the close of the record in January. But I think your point is well taken. The message underlying your question, I think that while, and this has been said this week here in Rankin, that while we're working towards putting in place a land use plan, there are agreements being made, and some of them, might not be all of them, will maintain certain interests. So this is something I think that is very important, that needs to be looked at carefully from many angles. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you for your answers. One more question? Okay, please go ahead, Paula.
Paula Kigiwitakusin, Hamlet of Baker Lake. Thank you for your answers, Nunavut Tungavik Incorporated, David and Maria. With regards to the Community Lands and Resource Committee process, I sat on it for 2 years, and there were maybe 2 or 4 meetings with regards to applications. But I don't know what else the Community Lands and Resource Committee is supposed to do with these bigger questions with regards to land and how Inuit have a voice to say, to learn what has been decided by Nunavut Tungavik Incorporated and the regional Inuit associations on Nunavut beneficiaries' behalf. Communication and transparency is really important, because we find out after the meeting and decisions have been made and we wonder why. On the clerk, whose response on the Community Lands and Resource Committee? I believe it's the Kivalliq Inuit Association community rep who is supposed to summarize the meeting and somehow disseminate the information to the community membership. But I don't know if that happens. I don't know if it comes from the regional office here in Rankin Inlet, how they disseminate the Community Lands and Resource Committee decisions in each of the Kivalliq communities, so we can learn and maybe make the process better, because I can probably say 99% of the people in the community don't know what's going on.
Thank you for your question. And I would just like to take a moment to thank you all for working so hard at saying the full full term. Sometimes it's quite challenging. Please go ahead, James.
Thank
you, James Italuk, NTI. Thank you, Chair Paula. Thank you. Your comment. We have a procedure, we say, within this region. Inuit Development Association is assigned to look after the Inuit-owned land. They will be giving a presentation, perhaps during their presentation. You could ask the same question, so hopefully I'd like to defer the answering your questions to KIA when they come in to do their presentation. It's much better. Although we work with regional organizations very closely, and they are fully aware of Inuit lands are in their regions.
David, do you want to follow up? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair David Mingyung at Nunavut Tungavi Incorporated. The clerks, as we call them in the communities. They work with many organizations from hamlets, hunters and trappers organizations, elders groups, and various organizations in their community. They have their offices, their secretaries, the clerks in the communities when they are told to inform their communities. We are working hard to have this small organization to be the voice to disseminate information. Would be best way to work with him. As Italuk says, Italuk mentioned that Kivalliq Inuit Association will be dealing with surface rights and answer your questions. We can be support to them as well.
Thank you for your answers. Are we good, Paula? Okay. I think it's time for a 15-minute break, and then we'll come back and continue with questions if that's okay with you. Okay. Thank you. Paula from Baker Lake had just finished, and that put Alex up next. Before Alex goes, I just quick scan down any other questions that might be coming. So John and Martha. Oh, Richard. Okay. So we have our lineup, and Alex, please go ahead.
Thank
Sean,
you,
Vice
Chair Sean.
Thank you.
I will speak
Alex
in
Isaluk,
Alex Isaluk's Hunters and Travelation Akbet to NTI. Sitting at the table, thank you for being here. I had a lot of questions, but some of them being asked already. So my question is, what you describe as Inuit owned land 11.2.1, I'm going to take it as a special consideration near Akbet Caribou water crossing at Magoose Lake. There are 3, but there are 2 major ones, and they are mineral potential exploration in that area. The community of Akbet, our IQ advisors, is what we adhere to this date. We've been told by our elders over the years, and we still respect that and follow it. And our land, we were told long ago that these water crossings I'm talking about are important. They've been used for centuries. And if mining exploration was to go ahead, the Inuit IQ is thrown out the window. So we heard that IQ component is very important. And organization in Akbet have been diligent with all the Inuit organizations. So we have concerns about this caribou crossing, freshwater crossing. My question, Chair.
Thank you for that question. Please go ahead, James.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Alex. James Utuluk, Nunavut Incorporated. It's been our policy that Inuit Kawi Mayutukangit applies to everything we do. It's an old-standing tradition amongst us, many as perhaps centuries back, 15,000 perhaps, and what they teach us still applies today. Inuit Kawi Mayutukangit will apply. We encourage other organizations, whoever is involved up here, to apply it to your goals. Thank you.
Thank you. David?
Thank you, Chair. Your question, just clarification under land claims agreement. We work under what is in agreement and we stick to it. Your question applies to Kivalliq Inuit Association. They've been designated to look after your region in terms of your question. Special concerns are talked through or negotiated with Kivalliq Inuit Association. You are welcome to contact them. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, David. Good. Okay, going around to the other side of the table, and it will be John asking a question.
Thank you, Chair. John L. Tanashlu, Repulse Bay Hunters and Trappers Organization. Thank you for your presentation and the communities who inquire, question to your presentation. And during the break, I spoke to someone, and more questions have emerged since from my discussion. First one, how is it NTI and should be at that realm? Why is KIA a lesser organization? Why is NTI, you negotiated the agreement? Why is KIA doing the footwork in this region? Is that how it will be? You take your directions from KIA for further analysis of regional needs. Thank you.
Thank you for that question. Please go ahead, James.
Thank you, Chair John. Regional Inuit organizations, they could be any organization. It says in agreement that we could appoint them to look after their regional concerns and questions. So relationship can be real between region and Inuit. We don't want to duplicate their work, so this is why we ask questions be referred to them. Although the question is meaning well, but this group is designated Inuit organization. And they will deal with questions on their own. If I don't reply, I'm sorry. I can make it any clearer.
Thank you. Do you have a follow-up, John? Okay, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. John L. Tanashlu, Hunters and Trappers Organization, Nauyat. Land designation as shown in the maps are more clarified now. Understanding mining or exploration mines in the region. And as a committee member in an organization, we are often told these organizations are coming. In fact, when it has already been done, so they come in to talk to us what has been achieved. It's little late. Mining companies, explorations, and I need a clarification when we got to Rankin what the proceedings will be like. The red designation on the map is clearly calving grounds. What about Nauyat and Hall Beach vicinities in between? There are also calving grounds. Chase Battery or there has been foundings by explorations. Have you ever heard who is working between our community? We didn't understand. We didn't understand what was going on batteries when they came into town to inform us what is going on. They're only exploding on the surface. On the surface for bulk sampling to determine what they have found. Without fully understanding, we approved their request. And after 2 years, they came back, the same company, and we didn't know who they were. And when you are from small communities and not having been fully informed, and now, next thing we know, there's a drilling project going on. The land that we are talking and concerned about, we don't even know. No one have told us how large the area is that they're going to be working on. And now we understand that we should be informed. So my question is to NTI. U.S. NTI and almost, top organization for Nunavut and regional organizations such as KIA. It's really time consuming. We do not get information right away.
Thank you for the question. Please go ahead, James.
Thank you, John, Chair. Thank you, John Taneslo, James Iktuluk, NTI Incorporated. During mineral explorations, they are there to determine if full mining is feasible. They are going through Nunavut Impact Review Board, and this organization determined what the outcome will be to this particular company who's doing some drilling projects in an area that you have mentioned.
Thank you. I believe David, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair David Mingyung at NTI Incorporated. Your question is interesting. I know a bit about it, and I haven't heard it for a long time. I haven't heard your comment. I haven't been with this organization that long, so it's the first time I've heard of it. I just want to clarify. Nunavut Tungavik, according to Land Claims Agreement, we allocate to the regions, RIOs, Kachangmiut, Kimalek, Kachaktaluk, and they are assigned to work within and Nunavut Agreement parameter what their responsibilities would be to work with their regional communities. Your question will be clearly answered by Kimalek Inuit Association. They are responsible for surface rights. I don't know if it's on Inuit-owned land. I don't know the designation of the land that you have inquired. So if we don't clearly answer your question, feel free. Kimalek Inuit Association.
Thank you for the answers. You have a follow-up, John? Okay, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. John L. Tanashlo, Hunters and Trappers Organization. And we understand that they worked on some surface right. And as a result of their finding, now they are drilling in an area we call Nagbak between Hall Beach and our community called Nagbak. There's a river next to that. It's a fishing area as well. Before me, it's been there for a long time. There's even an old airplane wreck there, not being remediated. No one has bothered to come in to clean it up, and that now they are bulk sampling. And perhaps they will employ Nauyat and Hall Beach people, but at the same time, their life would be heavily impacted as a result of this work carrying on. So that's my question.
Thank you for that question. Please go ahead, James.
Thank you, Sean, Chair. Thank you, John Taneshlo, James Iktuluk, Nunavut Tungabu Incorporated. We will look into it, and we will be able to provide answers to your questions later. We will inquire what parcel of land it is, Inuit or government land. We are not aware of this particular land you are asking of. As David mentioned, Kivalek Inuit Association would be your best to go to for your questions. As for remediation, that has been neglected by the first company long ago, as you mentioned, with an old aircraft there. We don't know the situation. We don't know how much damage there is to the land. Once we hear, we will answer your questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Just to make sure that we stay focused, the questions, just a reminder that they are to be on the land use plan and on the presentation. I understand sometimes there's kind of an overlap between what's going on and it is land use, but just a reminder, the questions are to be on land use plan and the presentation at hand. John, do you have anything else? One more? Okay.
Thank you, Chair. John L. Tanashlo, Hunters and Trappers Organization, Nauyat. The land users, we have a hard time receiving information what is going on compared to the larger centers in the region who are always giving information. The organizations that we voted into for their top people. So I ask you this question. The company that has arrived, that there'll be a drilling, have you been told and approached by this company who will be drilling in that area? Is Tungavik aware? that their work was to be carried on. So I want to understand which community, when the exploration becoming full-fledged mines, the communities should be made aware, so information could be had of what is going on. Have we been called to your head office in the main centers? And smaller communities are being neglected by NTI and KIA. We don't receive full information from either. And we are seeing these companies coming up, and that's the first time we ever heard of them coming in. So I want to understand when these explorations are coming in, when you are receiving applications for their work. It doesn't matter which community. Do you inform communities nearby where these permits are granted rather than we hearing from the company themselves, we are here to do this? So I want to ask and clarify. Some of these big projects is a huge budget, a factor, and our land is what I want to care for the future. The people we elected to the positions should be able to inform us and communicate with us, telling us what the information is. When there are meetings, when permits are issued, should be given to us as information. Do you do that?
Thank you. Please go ahead, James.
Thank you, Chair John. As David mentioned, each community have clerks, small organization working for the region and the communities. And same as well in Kichakmute, and they are called community beneficiary. I think each of these organizations in local communities are informed. I don't know if they in turn inform the communities where they are located, to tell what is going on in the community. So this is why this land planning process is important. So these sort of problems could be eliminated. I'm sorry, but I say again, we have allocated regional RIOs to do and work with their communities in their regions. And these should be the first contact points. Then if everything works well, permit is issued to do the work that they are applied for under their permit. NTI have allocate, as mentioned, that they are giving the responsibility to regional Inuit organizations, whichever the region might be.
Thank you. And once again, just a quick reminder to make the questions specific to the land use plan in the presentation. Next on the list is Martha. Please go ahead.
Martha Hicks,
Chair Martha Hicks,
Hamlet of Rankin
Inlet. It's not a question, perhaps more of a general comment. I'd like to inform you, Nunavut Tungavi Incorporated board members should be clear when they assign designations. Work through your community liaison officer. Have them disseminate information coming from you regarding to all of the regions. If communication between you and your groups in the region could be sorted out, that way we would have proper information given to us at fastest time possible. You should let us know what is going on from you or region so we can hear what's going on.
Thank you. Martha stated it was more of a comment. It's up to you whether you want to follow up.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Martha Hicks. Thank you for your general comment. It's important to know that these organizations you have mentioned, they work for regional Inuit organizations, and they will communicate with their regional Inuit organization people. Then we in turn will hear from RIOs. That way, if the procedure is done properly, it will work well.
Thank you. We'll continue on. Next on the list is Richard from Baker Lake on the other side. When you have the mic, Richard, please go ahead.
Thank you. Cut off.
Ouch.
Test. Oh, I thought I got cut off. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Richard Aksani, Baker Lake Hunters and Trappers Organization. I just have one question to Nunavut Tungavik. Thank you for your presentation. As you know, we've had a mine in our backyard for the last 12 years. Article 5 gives Inuit the right to harvest basically anywhere within Nunavut territory. Does NTI have a position on how the Nunavut Impact Review Board places restrictions on Inuit harvesting without HTO consent? And how can that be addressed in the land use planning process?
Thank you for the question. Please go ahead, James.
Thank you, Chair Sean. Richard Aksaknek, James Ituluk, NTI. The harvesting rights, and they're the mining companies. I don't know what the policy is hunting near the mines. Marie Bolio will answer your question and see if it's related to Nunavut Land Use Plan question, the proceeding. I think they have a policy when caribou are near the herd of the mining compound.
Thank you. Please go ahead, Maureen.
I'll apologize in advance. I don't think I have a very good answer on this question, and we might have to follow up. Hi. Hello. Hello. Can I? Okay. We might have to follow up as it might relate to NERB, and we have a whole other team that works a bit more closely on NERB issues as well as wildlife issues. We're not all here today, but as it was mentioned by the Nunavut Planning Commission, that this land use plan is not to affect Inuit harvesting rights. Harvesting is one of the main rights that Inuit have, and we hold on to that very closely, and we would monitor that very closely. I think in certain cases, with regards to conditions, terms and conditions, with NERB, sometimes it relates to public safety, but our harvesting rights are near and dear to Inuit. Major part of the Nunavut agreement, and in the land use plan, they're not to be affected. So we might have to follow up on your question relating to NERB. Mamia Naugarwa, it's not a very good answer for now.
Thank you. Follow up, Richard? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Richard Aksani, Baker Lake Hunters and Trappers Organization, and thank you to NTA, James and Maria. Yeah, that doesn't give us the answer that we were looking for, but we do understand the process is difficult. But when you have a 170 plus kilometer road disturbing caribou migration, our local harvesters are having to go further and further and further, because when the original plan for Meadowbank, the original Meadowbank Road was constructed, it was a just over 100 kilometers long. But now that the Whale Tail expansion was approved, the road got extended to 170 plus kilometers. So now that's more disturbance on caribou. So our harvesters have to travel further and in over rough terrain to try and harvest our natural diet, caribou. So that's why I raised that question today. My next about that.
Thank you. I take that as a comment, as follow-up. Okay. One last look down the table for questions. I don't see any additional questions from community participants. I will open the floor for questions from registered participants. And once again, and I was just quickly reminded, questions are on the land use plan and the presentation. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Clayton Dakdak, Kivaluk Wildlife Board. Article 11, Part 8, Section 1 refers to Inuit rights under Article 5. And under Article 5, it requires that Inuit rights are protected through habitat protection. I'm wondering how NTI's position, specifically on calving grounds, is incorporated into their position.
Thank you for that question. James, please go ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Clayton. James Ituluk, NPI Incorporated, Mariboro will answer your question.
Thank you.
I'll also take this opportunity because I think I misunderstood your question. That was me. I think I saw it more about harvesting, but I think your question was about the effects of activity on wildlife and then harvesting. So I apologize. I misunderstood a little bit your question. and it sort of relates, I think, to the question we're asked now. And I believe David and Ituluk have already expressed this, that on the topic of caribou protection or caribou-related issues in the land use plan, NTI's current position and approach has been to respect a regional approach. So I think on this question, that's regional specific. So it might be, I guess, good to look into each regional Inuit association, what they've determined on this particular topic.
Thank you for the answers. I believe Clayton has another question. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the response. Being that NTI is going to incorporate the Kivalliq Inuit Association's position on calving grounds into NTI's final position, can NTI explain how KI's proposed mobile protection works?
Thank you for the question. James, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Sean. NTI, Marie will answer your question.
Oh, Marie Bello Nunavutungavik, Kuyanamik for the question. And I'm not sure if we can say NTI is incorporating those positions within our position, but that NTI, we have certain comments and elements relating to caribou within NTI's position, and I'll also take the opportunity to say that the submissions that NTI have made are joint submissions between NTI and the Regional Inuit Association, but then each regional Inuit Association have submitted their own supplemental regional submissions. So the issue of mobile protection in this region would be found in the Kivalliq Inuit Association's separate regional submission.
Thank you. Another one, Clayton. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Clayton Dakdak, Kivalliq Wildlife Board. Would Nunavut Dingavik Incorporated support a mine in the calving grounds?
Thank you for the question. James, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Sean. Thank you, Clayton. James Ituluk. Marie will answer your question.
That's a tough one. I mean,
please state your name and
Marie
order. Thanks.
Nunavutungavik. So I think just to unpack that a little bit, NTI's role relates to different things, including as landowners of subsurface Inuit-owned lands. So when you ask about supporting any particular project, I think that's one first step. If it relates to Inuit-owned lands on subsurface, that's where NTI would have a role to follow that approval process which we have described earlier, and that's also in tandem with the Regional Inuit Association. I'm not sure I understand fully what supporting, what is meant by just general broader support. Maybe that could be clarified, although this is a hypothetical question, it is a little bit tricky to respond, and all I can think of right now is NTI's role in approving or not certain agreements that potentially here could be relating to a calving ground. Mami anak, that's all I can say right now myself.
Thank you. Thank you for your answers. Do you have another question, Clayton?
I do.
Okay, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Clayton Dakdak, Kivaluk Wildlife Board. Being that you guys reference Inuit-owned lands in your submission and the intent of Inuit-owned lands, could Nunavut Tungavik Incorporated provide a copy of the land use selection process used to determine what constitutes Inuit-owned land under the Nunavut Agreement?
Thank you for the question. Please go ahead, James.
James Ituluk Nunavut Tungavik
James
Incorporated.
Ituluk Tungavik Incorporated. When was it?
The year.
The year. When during the land use designation process, how selection was done. The documents are there, how the process took place. When Inuit-owned lands were selected, Kivalek, Kikaktaluk, and Kitakmiut regions, we will look further into this question.
Thank you for the answer. Is there any other questions from registered participants? There's one more coming up. Please go ahead, Paul.
Paul Kalak, Nunavut Wildlife Fund. First of all, I want to ask NTI if they could clarify, and especially Paula has huge concerns of Baker Lake area that they were not being fully informed of today, what is going on today. I was part of the negotiation team in Pangnaktu. We were concerned about major caribou migration herds. Although selection is only on surface rights, will you be able to inform and clarify how the land selection process took place? Was selection related only with concern on exploration? Perhaps you could let the information be known now how things were selected, the land selection.
Thank you, Paul. Please go ahead, James.
Thank you, Chair Sean, Paul. James Ituluk, Nunavut Tungavik. During the land process, selection process, the procedure was pretty much the same in all of the regions, especially on Inuit-owned lands within our territory. The concern was the shoreline of the land. When we consulted, we talked with many people, the hunters especially, and people who have intimate knowledge of land animals. Michael Amao, John Kalulak, and the others were part of expert advisors as to where the wildlife is, and their role was they were concerned that the animals, wildlife, need their food source as to not to deplete it. That was their concern. And although selection was on subsurface right, a lot of flora and vegetation was pretty much taken into consideration, along with historical site, heritage rivers, Inuit land, traditional lands were selected then where Inuit usually concentrate for hunting areas, and in small part was also discussed for subsurface right, thinking, okay, perhaps it's a good mineral site for selection. Today, it's different situation now on the environment. The original land selection, why they were there, is the question now, today. And the environment is very important, although we're Inuit, we have different opinions. When we worked on the land selection process, it was very good when everybody participated, whatever on the marine shore. We are only too thankful for the participants who helped us on land selection. And the selection committee on land were pretty much aware what their area is like. So that's the base of land claim draft land use plan now. Before, there were many companies who work in the land. We were pretty much aware of that, so our work was urgent. It was important that we get this project done. Even Tagak was the original person when these important events took place, including Nunavut Draft Land Use Plan, which is the case today. If these weren't the people who assisted us, I think we would have a lot of problems today. We only had a good land selection because people who assisted us knew where the animal were. Up to today, that is still the case. And we are also concerned about economic development for the people. It was a difficult negotiation process during land selection. Government had the upper hand because of their surveys over the years where the minerals are potential minerals. They had that advantage of areas we did not know about during this selection process. We set 12 hours daily, and for many of them, the only time they were being able to get their sleep was when they walked into the airplane and took their rest there, and Tagak was part of that group during the land selection process.
Thank you for that. response. Paul, you have another question? Please go ahead.
Paul Kaluk. You say, was the land process recorded? I know many negotiators have passed on. So we could continue what was negotiated by them. It's just general common. So NTI is a land keeper for the entire territory. Harvesting, they are land keepers in many areas. And the Inuit rights are being neglected to the mining companies and the exploration in Nunavut. Now, the fact that the agreement has been signed and more companies are coming in once you have taken all the non-renewable resources. That's about it. So where do we go from there when we ran out of resources? But isn't it important to care for Inuit, not just on subsurface right? You're the land keeper. And perhaps you should renegotiate the land selection process for the benefit of Inuit. That's my question. Can you try harder?
Thank you, Paul.
Thank you, Paul.
James, please.
Thank you, Paul Kaluk. James Ituluk, NTI Incorporated. We have a board. I hear you. I hear what you're wanting to, what you're getting at. At that time, we have a land claims agreement now. We will never let go of what was negotiated, including conservation. We stand where we negotiated on. We have board of directors. Once they are clearly notified, they will discuss it. They will be informed, and we can go from there to answer your question. Our land claims agreement, we also have a section 35, and they are different indigenous people throughout the world, and some of them are negotiating land claims with what their value in their traditional life. So thank you, Paul.
Thank you for the response. Okay. Any further questions from registered participants? Okay. Please go ahead.
I have two questions. Hello, Dongnak, Friends of Land Use Planning. Thank you, Chair. My question, and Nunavut Tungavik and others will have to sign this agreement. So I have a question. There are hardly any agreements or communications, say, to caribou calving grounds, the protection of calving grounds, how it will be protected. So thinking of that, I ask, how do you decide? How will you decide if you will sign this land claim process? Have you any idea what your intentions are right now?
Thank you for that question. Please go ahead, James.
Thank you, Chair. Anak, James Itulog, Nunavut Incorporated. Before we decide, we need to see the document on draft land use plan, how it progressed and what the final product will be for analysis. So we will decide then, looking at what has been produced and given to us. So we'll then decide to be amendment how we'll proceed. I cannot say right now yes or no, or if we're going to sign it or not. Once it's done, when it's a final product for presentation, between 2021 was the first plan. It needs few amendments, and then as Nunavut Tungavik will decide if we should approve it or not. If NTI has concerns, they will ask questions. We look forward to the final product as is to see what amendments will be and what we need to do. We have many concerns as NTI. We have concerns. We had our input. Thank you for that in our presentation, and we had a chance to say as well what this draft land use plan will look like. I cannot say how we'll say yes or no to it as you question. We have to analyze it and look at it. Thank you.
Thank you. Before you ask your question, that noise that's coming from somewhere in the room, could we not have that repeated, please? Please go ahead and ask your question.
Thank you for your answer.
In terms of coming to a decision, is it more consensus if there's a vote on decision making? If it's not private information, I'd like to understand what is the weight of each regional Inuit association, or how is that decided once you're trying to decide on a contentious issue such as caribou protection? Thank you.
Thank you for that question. Please go ahead, James.
Thank you, Chair Sean. Ristagona James Itulog, Nunavut Tungavik Incorporated, where we will respond to your question. Thank you.
I'll start by saying that the process that's going to unfold has never happened before. It's going to be the first time for all, actually, it's going to be the first time that Nunavut Tungavik, Government of Canada, Government of Nunavut will be tasked with looking at a Nunavut-wide draft plan and taking on that task of jointly approving or rejecting the plan with written reasons. So we don't have a crystal ball, so to speak. And in the legislation and the Nunavut Agreement legislation being Nunavut Planning and Process Assessment Act, it doesn't give all those details of how that should happen between the three organizations. So it is a very good question. We're all, I think, in the same boat of envisioning what that is going to look like. What we can say is that with regards to land use planning, Nunavut Tungavik works very closely with the regional Inuit associations. As I've mentioned earlier, most of Nunavut Tungavik's submissions to the Nunavut Planning Commission have been joint submissions with the Regional Inuit Association, and then the Regional Inuit Association have had their own regional supplemental submissions on issues specific to their region, also including on the caribou topic, as we've mentioned earlier. So I'm not sure that fully answers your question of what exactly the process is going to look like, but obviously what we are hearing and what's very important to everyone and communities is communication, consultation, and NTI, Nunavut Tungavik, will have a big task of analyzing and considering also everything that's been on the record, the consultations, what community members have said, hunters and trappers organizations, and regional wildlife organizations, all Inuit interests and all Inuit bodies and parties that have contributed to this, including what Nunavut Tungavik has placed on the record over the years, what the Regional Inuit Association have put on the record over the years. It's going to be a very big task of looking at all of that and comparing it to the draft plan that's going to be placed in front of us to ensure that Inuit interests, goals, priorities are reflected in that draft.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I understand it's precedent-setting in a sense, but considering that there have been, for sure, many other decisions that have been made with NTI being the lead on, being the signatory on something else. This is still a question, but I'll take that as a lead into my follow-up question. My other question is relating, many of the communities and other interveners relating to Inuit-owned lands. We know that from Paula's experience from Baker Lake and others that it might not be well documented as to why lands were chosen, and even some that are subsurface lands. It is understood that some of those subsurface lands were chosen also to keep whatever minerals that are there in the ground, and other times to make sure that we as Inuit benefited from what was extracted from the land. That question being stated, if we don't have full understanding why lands were chosen at the time, if there is a conflict between what the people you see sitting here before you, why they chose the land to be limited use, if there's a conflict between that and why if the RIAs, Regional Inuit associations, end up choosing to say extract minerals through industry and are the final decider, seeing as how your organization supports that Inuit-owned lands, even if it is a very small percentage, that small percentage was chosen for a reason. And so even if it's very small in our grand land, it was monumental to the people who chose it. And so my question is, if there's a conflict between the HTOs or the communities, the people who participated in the consultations, sorry, I'm going quickly again. If there's a conflict as to limited use and potential development on a parcel which is decided as Inuit-owned lands, how do you resolve that this could be dealt with?
Thank you for the question. James, please go ahead.
Thank
you, Chair. Thank you, Silo, Tagongnak, James Italuk, NTI.
Thank you.
Kuyan na mihilo aperigavit aperceptava me. We had a similar question last week in Iqalututia, and I answered, but others did as well. So we've mentioned how Nunavut Tungavik in itself as an organization has many different departments with many different mandates. We have a Lands and Resource Department, Wildlife and Environment Department, Social and Cultural Development Department, and others. And all of those departments work for Inuit and with Inuit and on behalf of Inuit best they can. And that's within one single organization. And even in our Nunavut agreement, there's various articles that touch upon various different Inuit rights, including wildlife and harvesting, the ability for Inuit to own lands and to make decisions on those lands, including resource development, as you will. And there are other rights and interests that Inuit have negotiated and have within the Nunavut agreement. Do we call those rights conflicts? I don't know. Is there a conflict in the Nunavut agreement? I don't know if that's what we want to call it, but Inuit have very specific and defined rights, and including, like I said, wildlife, harvesting, also being landowners. These are rights and interests that Nunavut Tungavik advocate for and ensure that the Nunavut agreement is being respected and fulfilled by governments, by the institutions of public government, and our own rights and obligations. We fulfill those as well. Life is multifaceted, and this land use plan is multifaceted. There's many issues that are incorporated and involved, and Inuit have a voice and have various voices. They're all valid, and NTI is obviously, as we've already mentioned, going to have a difficult task of listening to all those voices. And I think some of the issues that we've highlighted, for example, in the PowerPoint presentation, or some of the issues that we've chosen to highlight and is, for example, is ensuring that some of those rights that were negotiated by people like Ituluk and others, land selectors and negotiators, they've negotiated those on behalf of all Inuit to be incorporated in the Nunavut agreement. And in this process, in this stage, we want to make sure that those rights, which are very different sets of rights, but that they are not going to be skirted around, or that the land use plan won't affect some of those rights because of land use designations. And as we've mentioned, these are multifaceted rights, harvesting, wildlife, and include many different activities as well as landowners. So it's definitely not a straightforward answer, but it's not a straightforward issue. Inuit rights are multiple, and they're all very important. And Inuit voices are multiple, and they're all very important. So ultimately, what this draft is going to look like and how the decision is going to be made of how adequate is it? Does it adequately reflect Inuit rights, Inuit voices, and there's other stakeholders involved. But for NTI, Nunavut Tungavik is the Inuit rights and interests, and they're not in one straight line, and I think that's healthy and natural that be the case. So it is going to be a big task of making that analysis, and if it is rejected, we'll have to provide written reasons for that. If it's approved, then it will be approved, but then it will go back to the Planning Commission.
Just one short final comment. Thank you for
Okay.
your answer.
Please go ahead.
Thank you, Xibota. I apologize.
Should say your name and organization too.
Okay. Hilutagongna, Friends of Land Use Planning. Thank you, Xibota. One final comment, I guess. I totally respect what all of the people that participated in creating Nunavut did for us. And so all of those lands that were identified, I know were identified for a reason, but also to respect all the people who participated in the design of what this map looks like right now. In terms of what they identified as the limited land use plan, is there a way perhaps that NTI, with their communications with the Inuit regional Inuit associations later, when the time permits, would consider looking at what the communities identified as limited use areas as they work, if they do negotiate that they have total control over what happens on Inuit-owned lands? Is there a manner in which that they can also respect the hard work that was done to get to where we are now in terms of the limited use areas? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. James, please go ahead.
Thank
you, Chair. Thank you, we're going to consult with regional organization. I cannot answer this question alone. It's a board decision. How they will respond, you'll be notified to your question. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from registered participants? I don't see any movement. Any questions from public? Just hold on a sec. Any questions from the public members that may be at the back? Oh, yeah. Your hand was hidden in the map behind you. Sorry. Please go ahead. And then Brian, we have you.
Thank you, Chair Taga Curley. I'm here as a public participant. First of all, thank you, Nunavut Planning Commission, your staff. The plan is emerging. It took a while, and it appears that all the communities are involved. Thank you, young and alike, your questions. Questions cost nothing. You only regret when you don't ask. Participate, ask questions when the question times. Thank you, the interveners, KIA and other organizations, elected people. I think the only one here is Vice President of KIA. I respect voted people considerably like James Ituluk and Paul. And your presentation, I can say you were right on with your concerns. I was not able to attend all your meetings. I'm free today, so I'm here. Chair, I want to say thank you. The plan has emerged and the public is participating of how the contents will be. Where not everybody have computers, although you mentioned that it's on the web page. We need hard copies so more can take it and inform themselves. Everything should be available. The Nunavut Agreement, NTI, KIA, they all should be here. Article 17, read it when you can. What the land principles are, and if they are current as they were written, read it. Thank you, Chair. I want to speak Inuktitut. We cannot read all of it, and the wildlife is a huge concern to the Kivalliq participant. Caribou habitat should be protected. I worry about this, my priority. Inuit have to be looked after, the harvesters. And the mining communities should be of no big concern. They are expanding, their roads are being created, and caribou migration ground will have a further obstacles by road. There's too much noise out there, and the road is being there. There will be further obstacle. Harvesters need protection. The caribou hears what we cannot hear. And during calving season, during mosquito season, they are bothered. That's standard. And they walk anywhere, they roam anywhere, and then they turn and return to their calving grounds. Now, I say the land use plan, it's not one size fit all documents. I see maps, caribou protection. If there are caribou protection areas, are they going to be deterrent for further development to the roads and other industries? Power linear infrastructure, power lines, we have to keep all of those in mind. I know they're in land use plan. And I want to ask NTI a question, Chair. NTI, do they know that it's not one size fits all? Are you partial to mining exploration? Inuit over the past 40 years has been have feelings for the land and the caribou. Last few weeks ago, I read that people are now traveling 100 miles away, and yet they did not find any caribou long ago, 40 years ago. And they didn't have to travel that far. Now it's becoming impossible. Your permission process have to address these problems, Nunavut Planning Commission. And there are always better ways, say caribou protection measures. There are no lakes identified in the mapping area, major rivers. Look at the Inuit-owned land, such as smart parcels. But you have to be mindful of the mining companies. Perhaps NTI can support this land use plan. For 12 months. I think they have to stop blasting year-round in Inuit-owned land. Maybe perhaps just use that method to extract minerals starting in June for 5 months. Caribou are stationary. They have no way to run. So stress comes to caribou because of the blasting. It's ongoing. Baker Lake, near Baker Lake, and here. Caribou hears what we do not hear. 24 hours a day there are blastings. If I could, I would stop. If I could renegotiate along with NTI, that I would put limited time where they could blast and carry on your work. Stockpile, June, maybe perhaps to November. Should not be blasting that time period. You still can produce if you have a piling method. I think if they really wanted to, the mining companies accomplish this, and it would be for the Inuit and the caribou. So NTI, I ask you, if you have to negotiate their operating certificate, this should be part of the consideration. Would you? Thank you.
Thank you for the question.
Thank you.
James, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Tagak. James Tuluk Nunavut Tungavik. Your comments are all valid, and the board will hear your concerns. Perhaps we'll look at the comments. There are always solutions to everything, any organization, whoever they may be. The conservation today, our wildlife, always be concerned. I don't want country food that are always under stress. That's the first time I've heard it, and it's very valid. So the board will hear about this, and your comments will be taken. Taga, thank you.
Thank you for your response. You have a further question, Tekai?
One more. We can always negotiate. Okay, can you hear me now? Perhaps. NTI, you have a lot of work in Inuit land for many of us. Our lands nearby, there are mining exploration companies now, existing mines. Inuit need help. Inuit concerns have to be heard. We hunt when we harvest, when people go out. It's a very tedious work now. It's a hard work. Even elders have stopped hunting because of the herd is so far. Now, under the land use plan, the designation of the land for habitat caribou protection measures indicate they're not enough anymore. So when you do permitting system, licensing system, you have to be more restrictive and have more concern about wildlife when you issue these documents. And people travel because they need food. And I know changes are hard, and we Inuit have more voice. More consultants are more important now. They have no understanding Inuit culture. Perhaps NTI under Article 5, that's your work base. And perhaps you should look at all the articles, and it would be more helpful to us, which is my last question, yes or no.
Thank you. Go ahead, James.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair Taga Curley. James Ituluk Nunavutungavik. And this will come to the board again. They will be giving information what have we heard today. We cannot say yes or no. It's not the answer. Short yes or no is not answering a question.
Go ahead, Marie.
I referenced earlier NTI's rules and procedures on the management of Inuit-owned land, and I'd just like to highlight one aspect of it is that if there are any particular proposals or potential projects that are potentially unusual, unique, or potentially controversial for whatever reason, it requires additional steps in order for an agreement to be signed. So, and this, it reminded me of the question, I think, from Kivalok Wildlife Board of support, would NTI support a project in calving grounds? So I think one element of that is at an early stage, there's an assessment done that if it's, like I said, potentially sensitive or unique or potentially controversial, that it will require further steps to be looked into and approved. So I did want to mention that. I was just thinking back to the question about support and calving grounds, and I was trying to understand earlier the question about support. It just reminded me as well that NTI is a participant in many different processes and stages, including signing agreements, but also when it comes to Nunavut Impact Review Board assessments. And there we have seen regional Inuit associations and NTI express support or not for certain proposal once the whole process has unfolded, like the assessments under Nunavut Impact Review Board. So there are opportunities where when everything has been said and done in terms of assessment, consultation, and the Nunavut Impact Review Board process, there is also opportunities there and along the way where Nunavut Tungavik and regional Inuit associations can express support for any particular project as well. So that's been done, and that continues to happen while being an observer and a participant in any specific proposal.
Thank you for that response. I don't see anybody else at the mic, so Brian, your one question?
Thank you, Chair.
Just one question. Brian Agluka, Nunavut Planning Commission. I think it's more for Marie. The question is, we heard the term Inuit rights, and you used that term quite a few times in your presentation and your responses to questions. You have Inuit before you sitting around a table. I'm wondering if you can, in detail, for the community representatives, when you use the term Inuit rights, can you explain that to them, what Inuit rights means, as they have heard that many times this afternoon? I
think
their rights
should be explained to the group here at the table.
In terms of Inuit rights.
What are you saying when you say Inuit rights?
Thank you for the question. Please go ahead, James.
Thank you, Sean. I'm going to thank you.
Thank you, Brian, Sean. James Nunavut Tungavik. I'm passing it on to Marie.
Please go ahead.
I was referring in part to some of the elements of our presentation, and we have paper copies up front in Inuktitut and in English. Anyways, in some of the elements in there that like I've already mentioned, we've chosen to highlight. For example, some of them relate to rights that are in the Nunavut Agreement. As I've already mentioned, there's a number of different rights that Inuit have negotiated in the Nunavut Agreement. They go from harvesting rights to Inuit employment rights, to procurement and contract rights, to the ability to negotiate Inuit and impact benefits agreements, as well as becoming landowners and having the right to manage those lands. So we can talk a long time about the Nunavut Agreement, and yeah, there's a number of rights, including being landholders, landowners. We have treaty rights. We have rights even outside of the Nunavut Agreement as Indigenous people in Canada. Those are not our only Inuit rights. They're even beyond as an Indigenous people in Canada. So I'm not too sure to what extent you want me to take this, but like I've mentioned, we've highlighted some of those that are rights that have been negotiated in the Nunavut Agreement, and that NTI's almost one and only purpose is to ensure that the Nunavut Agreement is implemented and fulfilled to its full extent, and that includes safeguarding those rights which are on many different levels and involve many different aspects.
Thank you for the response. Do you have a follow-up, Brian? Okay, please go ahead.
Yeah, Poyanamik, Brian Agluka, Nunavut Planning Commission. I think that adequately describes, in terms of what Inuit rights you've used for your presentation and responses this afternoon. Would you agree they also have a right to have a land use plan in place?
Thank you for the question. Please go ahead, James.
James, thank you, Chair. Brian Aglukak. James Ituluk, Nunavut. If I understand you correctly, after Nunavut land use plan, yes, it should be there. Is that your question? Should it be proceeding? For us, the plan should be there within our Nunavut territory. Many of us understand it now, where this plan is going, what's the purpose of it within the territory. It's always been there under Section 35. I don't have the exact document, the wording in front of me. Yes, I can say that it's within us to have a draft land use plan in Nunavut according to Land Claims Agreement.
Thank you. I believe we're good. Okay. I see a hand go up. We'll make that the last question for today.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Clayton Dakdak, Kivalliq Wildlife Board. As a follow-up to the question that was just asked, and being that caribou is such a sensitive topic in the Kivalliq, can Nunavut Tungavik Incorporated explain how they weight Inuit rights in respects to harvesting and royalties in their decision-making process for the land use plan?
Thank you for the question. James.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Dakdak, James Ituluk, Nunavut Tungavik Incorporated. Marie will answer your question.
Marie Bello, Nunavut Tungavik. I think that question relates as well to the question that was just posed in relation to Inuit rights. And as we've mentioned, Inuit have many different rights, and including the right to harvest and the certain rights in terms of being a landowner and manager, as well as the responsibility to ensure that the Nunavut Agreement is being implemented and fulfilled to its full extent. I'm not sure I can answer, me personally, how that, I guess the question is how to balance those two, harvesting and royalties, other than to say that they are all, I know that at a staff level, and we also have a political level and policy level as well, we work together as departments within our organization as well as working with the regional Inuit associations, and them as well, they have their various departments, land, social and cultural, and otherwise, and working as a team to make sure that all of the different aspects are considered. That's how, as staff, we make recommendations. Certain issues are political. We elevate those. When it's not possible to, or not ideal to make certain decisions at the staff level, we elevate those types of things. So we try to balance those types of things in doing the work on the land use plan. And I know that one of our statements and positions does relate to Inuit-owned lands, and how Inuit-owned lands was an Inuit right that was negotiated, and as land managers and landowners have a responsibility to manage and make decisions on that. And we're seeing how the land use plan has an impact on that. And I think one of the goals is to preserve some of those rights, but it doesn't mean that it leads to a specific outcome. As we've mentioned, that for decisions on Inuit-owned lands, there's a certain process. We have also the rules and procedures on how those decisions are made, so it doesn't necessarily dictate a specific outcome. But at this stage right now, it's to see how Inuit rights, I guess I use that term a lot, but they are Inuit rights, how they have been negotiated and planned for in the Nunavut Agreement, how that is impacted in one way or another. And as we've mentioned, there's a number of different rights, and it is a question of balancing all of those, and how these consultations, we're also, NTI is here to listen. We're a participant, but we're listening and we're observing. We have multiple roles in this process, so everything is not just the NPC listening, NTI is listening, governments are listening, and so on. So this is why there are public hearings for those concerns to be put out in the public and expressed and listened to.
Thank you for that response. It looks like you have a follow-up. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Clayton Duck, Kivalliq Wildlife Board. Can Nunavut Tungavik Incorporated commit to releasing an internal review on how Inuit rights under Article 5 will be impacted by their position on the land use plan?
Thank you for the question. Please go ahead, James.
Thank you, Chair Sean. Thank you, Clayton Taktak, James Italuk Nunavut Incorporated. Marie Bello will answer your question.
Go ahead, Marie.
I'm thinking about it. Marie Bello, Nunavut Tungavik. I'm just trying to think of the process and how internally as staff, how we conduct the work. On certain issues, like I said, we do bring things to the board, and our board meetings are public and that kind of thing. So I'm just trying to think to what extent the internal work is released. I might just need a bit of time to think about that, but it's I think underlying message is about making that assessment and looking at every aspect of our submission, what the impacts might be, and I think here it relates to wildlife and how that assessment can and should be done, I think is a valid point and it's a good idea. In terms of commitments, I'm not sure we can do that at this moment. But we might be able to follow up in writing after.
Thank you for the response. And I know I said that was the last question, but Nunavut Planning Commission staff have one quick question for clarification and following up. So, Jonathan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. This is Jonathan Savoy with the Nunavut Planning Commission. Thank you to the NTI Nunavut Tungavik Incorporated representatives for their presentation and response to the numerous questions this afternoon. Directly following up on the question that Clayton just asked in terms of Inuit rights under Article 5, and also relating back to the question Richard had asked earlier regarding harvesting restrictions around approved projects. I'd like to first note that on page 486 of the English version of the Options and Recommendations document, the Commission notes that the Nunavut Agreement provides at section 5.7.18d that authorization of a land use activity by the NPC can infringe on any incompatible Inuit rights of access to lands granted under 5.7.16 and by extension to outpost camps in Article 7 for as long as necessary to permit the authorized land use to be exercised. So I would just Thanks. So, apologies. I would just like to ask if NTI has taken this aspect into consideration in the formulation of their positions on the draft land use plan, namely that the authorization of an activity under an approved land use plan can in fact infringe on Inuit rights to harvest and the establishment of outpost camps. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Please go ahead, James.
Thank you,
Chair. Jonathan Savoy, Nunavut Tungavik Incorporated. We will get back to you. Jonathan. Thank you.
Thank you. That is it for the presentation today. I'm going to have a few closing comments, and I'm sure we're going to have a little bit of housekeeping to announce, but I wanted to make sure that we said our thank you for the presentation, and then I'll say a few comments. So thank you very much. So, as Nunavut Tungavik individuals are stretching their legs after sitting for so long, I just wanted to say thank you to the Government of Canada for being on deck just in case we had time today. But obviously we don't. We're not having an evening session. We will start first thing in the morning at 9:15. Once again, 9:15, so there's no confusion. And we will continue with having the Government of Canada up first. Okay, we got nodding heads all in the same direction, which is good. Is there any other housekeeping, Sharon?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, there's no other housekeeping. If any of the community participants need anything or have any concerns again before you leave, please see our staff. Thank you very much and have a good evening.
See you tomorrow.